punish the soul. And not just kill the body. We used to kill the body and punish the soul and punish it internally. But for us, we can do it differently. We can look at how we treat those house girls that are at home. And by the way, how much do you start paying them? What is your starting salary for them? I'm only asking that because I think one time I read of an employee of the government and the payroll was saying that he should pay the house girl 80,000 shillings. I looked forward to meet that house girl because if the government gives you 80,000 shillings to pay your house girl, how much are you releasing? That's how much truthful are we in us, in our home. We will only do it differently so that we are able to do it to the Lord and not for man. In so doing, he who sees us secretly, inwardly, will continue to bless the work of our hands. When we do it, it becomes worship. When it is worship, he draws people to himself, and there is growth. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you. We've been reminded that whatever we do it heartily as a work being done to the Lord. We thank you, Archdeacon. Can we give a hand of applause to our Archdeacon? Thank you. We keep coming in and doing registration, and I want us to remember that AGM is usually for members. You know, when we call for an education, at times we call it for non-members, but for today's business, it is a business for the members. So when we come in, we need to mention our membership numbers. And make sure you have your program and you have the document with you as you come in. I believe that all of us have taken tea, or if not, those who are coming in are serving tea, because we'll go on as other members come in. We want to move fast, very fast, because it's already 11 o'clock. We are done with the devotion. As we check on your program, I want to now call our secretary, Ma'am Florence. I want to call upon our secretary to read for us the previous minutes. Karibu, Ma'am Flo. We appreciate Ma'am Flo as she's coming.
Thank you, members. Morning once again.
Morning.
Minutes of the 12th HCK St. James Sacco Society Annual General Meeting held on 9th April 2022 at St. James Church and Village Girls Club. Present, there is a list attached, and we have the official Catherine Wambua, District Cooperative Officer, Makandara, Manager of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. Monica Johuna, Auditor, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. Opening prayer by Florence Kitu at 9:25. The agenda was devotion, reading of the notice of the AGM, reading of the notice, minutes of Leaders 2021, virtual AGM, and matters arising. Chairman's report, Supervisory report, adoption of the financial report for the year ended 31st December 2021, appointment of auditors for the year 2022, adoption of the 2022 budget and provisional budget for 2023, resolutions, elections, and any other business. Preliminaries. The meeting was called to order by the chairman. Then he called on the master of ceremonies, Mr. Joe Monica, to take charge. Joe welcomed members to today's meeting. Then he introduced Reverend Jerry Smith as the newest clergy at St. James Minute 3, matters arising. Blake and Peter Kenodia, member number 126, thanked the committee for the good work. However, he requested that the report be numbered. He wanted to know the membership growth in 2021, since in 2019, membership growth was by 16 members and 13 members in 2020. At the same time, he wanted to know how much loans were discussed in 2021, since 11 million was discussed in 2020. The answer, Chairman requested him to wait for the Chairman's report. Jeremiah Bono, member number 144, wanted to know what the Chairman meant with common board. Answer, common board means Sacco members belonging to ACK St. James only. Nancy Chege, member number 668, wanted to know what short-term products are. The answer, the Vice Chairman explained that this includes small loans of about 5,000, that NCMC is in the process of formulating the interest and period of repayments. Merimo Kuria, member number 465, wanted to know if CMC has plans to establish a FOSA. The answer, the Treasurer explained that this is the direction the Sacco is going, but there is a minimum figure that we need to get there. Bernard Prabhu, member number 479, pointed out that under the appointment of auditors for the year 2021, the Sacco books for the year 2020 are supposed to be reading 2020. Minute 4, Chairman's report. The Chairman introduced the Sacco board members. He explained that David Dairo and Isabella Dekwa were co-opted to replace Mr. Wangaka, late, and Eva Ashuka to resign, awaiting ratification during today's AGM. He requested members to observe a minute of silence in honor of our members who went to be with the Lord during the past year. Key highlights from the Chairman's report. Revenues. During the year under review, our revenue grew from 5,355,275 and 31 cents in 2020 to 5,515,490 shillings in 2021. During the year 2021, the Sacco invested in a strategic plan and a new management information system, thus affecting the net surplus after tax from 909,608 and 31 cents in 2020 to 542,227 in 2021. However, these two investments will help increase the Sacco's profitability as well as the operational efficiency. Shareholding and membership. During the year under review, shareholding increased from 1,729,425 in 2020 to 2,733,515 in 2021 because members met or exceeded the targeted shareholding minimum amount of 5,000 by 31st December 2021. I sincerely thank those members who supported us in raising shares and assure you of our commitment to give you competitive returns on your investment. 20 dormant members reactivated their accounts during the year out of 165, and we managed to register 45 members during the year under review. As we strive to compete with other financial institutions and larger circles, we are optimistic that we will continue to grow. The figures in our reports not only represent an outline of vision, an outline of our performance, but they are a demonstration to the board and office managers' commitment to achieving our vision. I'm equally proud of the members' commitment for our deposits increased from 44,400,000 11,429,249 in 2020 to 11,971,854 in 2021. Self-guaranteed loans are a blessing and a challenge. Thus, the CMC encourages members to make use of guarantors whose input allows you to take 3 times your contributions. The interest rates charged on normal loans remain 1% per month. However, additional loan products we introduced may have varying interest rates that will remain competitive in the market. Loan defaulters. The core business of the Sacco is savings and credit. Though majority of our members are diligently servicing their loans, a few members are experiencing delays in servicing theirs, thus diluting the positive trends. To reduce the default rate, selected members of the board and the office manager are constantly engaging members with challenging loans to avoid deductions from their guarantors' funds. However, we had to engage the services of the tribunal to try and recover a defaulted loan to reimburse a few affected guarantors, and we are making good progress on this. I thank members who, having defaulted due to unavoidable circumstances, later honored their obligations and paid off the defaulted loans, which enabled us to reimburse the affected members. Sacco progress. During the year under review, the Sacco completed preparations of the strategic plan for the period 2021 to 2026, which had started in 2020. The strategic plan would guide and prepare the Sacco to greater heights in membership, revenue, and portfolio growth. I thank all those who graced the occasion of the launching of the strategic plan, both physically and virtually. One of the highlights in the strategic plan was expansion of our common board to accommodate our sister churches within their Cathedral Archdiocese. In 2021, we managed to improve our service delivery, especially on those processing, to between 1 to 4 days, though we are still working on doing better. Housing Sacco. I thank the Commissioner of Cooperatives in absentia for believing in our Housing Sacco idea and accepting to be here through a representative for the relaunching of the same on 26th March 2022. I thank those members who have joined us, who have joined or rejoined the Housing Sacco. Meanwhile, I urge more members to join the Housing Sacco for prosperity. Benevolent Fund. The Benevolent Fund provides a much needed and timely relief of 50,000 shillings to the next of kin as per our register. ICT. I'm happy to report that the Sacco has managed to upgrade our Management Information System, MIS. This work is in progress, as we must ensure that all the modules work as per our specifications. However, we are hopeful that once finalized, it will streamline our workflow processes and members can be able to view and print their statements from the comfort of their homes. Our next phase will be to have our website in place. Investments. To enable the Sacco diversifying her investment, we have registered with the Central Bank of Kenya, CBK, in addition to CIC, and the savings we have with Cusco. Work in progress. Office space. We thank the church and the leadership of Venerable Charles Joseph Kariuki for the office we occupy and his acceptance to give us another office space that will accommodate the Housing Sacco. However, the Sacco board was requested to consider paying to inform you that talks are at an advanced stage with one of them. As soon as all the requirements are met from both sides, we will roll out this facility. Members' leaders. Today's reports are not just an outline of our performance, but they are a demonstration of commitment, the need for achievements of our mission, and fulfillment of our bigger vision to Fanikiwe Pamoja. Dividends, interest on deposits, and gold honorarium. The CMC proposes to pay dividends and interest on deposits at 6% and 4% respectively. As a token of appreciation, we request you members to approve an honorarium of 144,000 to be shared amongst all the Sacco's board members. Conclusion. Sacco officials are the backbone of the Sacco, while members are the owners. Your support and patronage of the Sacco products and services is crucial to our growth and success. I thank you most sincerely for choosing St. James Sacco as your Sacco of choice and for believing in the Sacco board to manage your resources. I request you, our esteemed members, to consider giving these board members another opportunity to continue serving me, given that we need complete implementation of the strategic plan. In conclusion, I would sincerely like to thank the Vicar of the parish, Venerable Charles Chege Kariuki, for being a member of the Sacco, the church management, the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives, Makadara District Office, DCO, and her officers, and everybody else who made St. James Sacco what it is today. Above all, I thank you, dear members, for giving us a chance to serve you. The chairman's report was proposed for adoption by Lincoln Irogo, member number 97, and seconded by Ann Karoki, member number 27. Reactions to the chairman's report. Anthony Kenyaki, member number 469, explained that the church has a symbiotic relationship with the Sacco, and for that matter, the church need not demand payment of rent from the Sacco. He sought to know what the industry practice was for such Saccos. He suggested that due to this symbiotic relationship, the church should go easy on the Sacco, for the church, made a big surplus as per the church accounts presented during her AGM on 3rd April 2022. Thus, she has no pending issues. He sought to know what would be the effect on members' interest on deposits if the Sacco was to pay, say, 20,000 per month. He suggested that we continue with a good relationship. The answer? The chairman explained that the decision would come from new members and not from the CMC. Number 2, Lay Canon Peter Kenulia, member number 126, explained that he was a member of both the church and the Sacco, and he is aware that the Sacco has enjoyed the good relationship with the church for the last 11 years. The Sacco has enjoyed free security, water, electricity, Wi-Fi connections for those 11 years, yet the church pays 120,000 for rent to 2 of the neighbors who accommodate the children. Therefore, the Sacco should consider paying something to the church. He posed for some questions. Imagine, the first question, imagine how much would it cost? B, he wanted to know how many products have been introduced since one of the reasons for coming up with a strategic plan was to introduce products. C, he sought to know when we talk of the common bond, how many times have we visited the sister churches? D, in the chairman's report, we have been encouraged to invest in agreed with Ray Canon Kenodia that we should not be what we are over because other SACCOs own buildings. Jeremiah Kono, member number 144, asked how far the issue of medical cover was. He explained that there was a time that Britain came and presented something on the medical cover, but the main issue was age limit. He said that the CMC was left to do the consultations, and Mr. Mudiga announced something to that effect in charge. Number 5, Edwin Mwangi, number 455, wanted to know how far we are as far as ICT is concerned and what models are working. Number 6, Bernard Gugu, member number 479, suggested that we enhance or improve on the uptake of loans. We should consider giving 4 times our members' contributions. Number 7, George Gatimo, member number 463, wanted a clarification on the definition of a dormant member. He sought to know if one has reached the 5,000 threshold, is he a dormant member? He also wanted to know which are the non-performing loans. He explained that we should not refer to the church's request for payment as rent, but we should consider it as a service charge. James Murage, by the way, we have lost him. James Murage, member number 65, suggested that we invest money in the money market and in CBK. John Karoge, member number 378, wanted to know how one is clarified as a dormant member. He wanted to know if one can give collateral for a loan and if there are additional products. Responses. The chairman appreciated members for asking questions. However, due to the COVID-19 rules, there has not been physical meetings, hence there has not been members' education days for the last 2 years. He then requested Catherine Wambua, Kadada PCO, to respond to some of the issues raised. Catherine started by appreciating members for coming and participating actively. She also appreciated the CMC for holding the meeting. She apologized because she would have to leave us to continue after she is through with the task, as she has many AGM to officiate today. She said that SACCOs need education on different topics, and members should meet 3 times in a year, during AGMs, special AGMs, and education day. She appreciated the CMC for coming up with a strategic plan where the SACCO's mission, vision, and values are stipulated. She urged board members to monitor the implementation progress. On investment, she explained that SACCOs are registered in a legal framework, and it is a devolved function. However, SACCOs' day-to-day operations are guided by their bylaws. SACCOs are vehicles for savings and credit, and they are not allowed to invest. Investment used to happen, but it was found that SACCOs used to buy properties, including houses, with members' money, and this used to affect members when they needed loans. However, SACCOs can team up with other investment companies and come up with good short-term investments. She said that housing is not a housing SACCO, but it is a housing cooperative society. Through this vehicle, there is a clear plan for investment where members can buy plots and houses. On the growth of the SACCO, she urged members to consider taking loans for their monies to increase. CMC resorted to CIC. The cooperative is a devolved function, which means that there should be a provision of vetting and nomination of committee members. This means that those aspiring to become committee members would need to apply in advance. 2, there should be affirmative action or gender sensitivity. 3, in addition to the audit report, budget will be a compulsory report. Other provisions to be discussed during bullet 1, she said the FOSA requires a Sacco to have a share capital of 10 million. Therefore, St. James Sacco can have a FOSA if she can meet the requirements at the SASCA. On the medical cover, she explained that members should be the ones to pay for it and not the Sacco. The medical cover provider should educate members on the requirements. 3. On the issues of dormant members, she explained that these are members who have not contributed anything for 3 consecutive months or a maximum of 6 months. Shareholders' capital is not refundable, but it is transferable. 4. To open the common bond, you need to amend your bylaws. 5. On the issue of rent, she said that the church and the Sacco are 2 legal entities, and if the Sacco is housed by the church, the Sacco should provide for rent in her budget and pay rent to the church. 6. The chairman explained that the Sacco visited some of the sister churches during some of their occasions, such as during Kama Day, and tried to market the Sacco to them. However, today is when CMC was empowered by the members to visit them officially. 6. On money market, the treasurer encouraged members to take loans because interest earned from loans are not taxed, while interest earned from savings with the CMC is taxed. I think that you can correct that. It should be CIC. Please correct that. Interest saved with CIC is taxed. The vice chairman said that we are working out on policies to use collateral, though this will require that we have legal people. He reiterated that we have been giving emergency loans. Not being able to market ourselves has worked against us. However, we have some products in the pipeline for short-term loans, but the interest charged will be slightly higher. On the issue of medical cover, the vice chairman explained that this issue has been very challenging due to age limitations by most insurance providers. He suggested that we should call it a welfare, since the executive officer has said that the Sacco cannot offer such a service because it must be paid for by members. On modules that have been carried out on ICT, Anthony Bigge explained that the system has been installed. It has all components completed, but we are running the 2 systems concurrently, and we have been engaging the service provider. The next thing will be communication, where we will be able to alert members on their M-Pesa or bank transactions. The chairman said that we have budgeted for a website, which will be done around June, July 2022. We have improved, but more will be explained as they happen. Mr. Mulesha explained that once we amend the bylaws, giving a loan 4 times, Mr. Mulesha explained that once we amend the bylaws, giving a loan 4 times once deposits will be considered. During the COVID-19 pandemic period, most members took self-guaranteed loans. Rent. The issue of rent was discussed as an item on its own. Payment of rent to the church was mentioned in the chairman's report, but it was discussed as an item on its own. Mr. Atimo explained that the church was charging a service charge to all institutions housed within the church compound, since they access all facilities such as security, electricity, water, washrooms, parking, and so forth. The Sacco chairman explained that the church was asking for 25,000 shillings per month for 2 office spaces. This was confirmed by Lake and Peter Kemudia. However, members still felt that this was too much money for service charge. Anthony Kenyati, member number 469, suggested that the service charge should not be backdated, but payment should start from next month, that is May 2022. Meanwhile, the treasurer explained that housing Sacco will be housed by the mother Sacco until it can stand on her own. Secondly, we expect new members from the Archdeaconry to join the two Saccos, and they will use these facilities, hence the need for the Sacco to pay the service charge. He also said that he had factored this issue in his 2022-2023 budget at 300,000 shillings. Joe Mudenga requested members to come up with a comfortable agreement for the two entities, church and Sacco. Members came up with the different proposals as follows. 60,000 per year, proposed by Anthony Kenyati, member number 469, and seconded by Rose Gitao, member number 194. 25,000 per month, proposed by James Mwangi, member number 65, seconded by Ray Canon Kinuthia, member number 126. 7,000 per month, proposed by Frederick Mwangiki, member number 108, seconded by Ann Karoki, member number 27. After the vote, 60,000 per year had 29 votes, 25,000 had 9 votes, and 7,000 per month had 1 vote, since the proposal had already left the meeting. Therefore, 6,000 shillings per year won. It was therefore agreed that the Sacco would be required to pay a service charge of 60,000 per year or 5,000 per month with effect from May 2022. Mr. Latimo reiterated that this figure will be presented to the church as members' proposal. Ray Canon Kinuthia explained that this issue is not closed, but the Sacco leadership will give the best way forward. Minute 5, supervisory report. The chairman, Anthony Kinuthia, took members through his report. He started by appreciating God for having seen us through a difficult and dilapidating COVID-19 pandemic and giving us an opportunity to cooperate in person after a long time. He said that despite the Sacco going through a turbulent year, members' cooperation, CMC commitment, and cordial working relationship, the society steered through a strategic plan process and made strides towards its implementation. Highlights from the supervisory report. Membership and loans. There was a growth in membership, though we also lost others through withdrawals and natural attrition. And there is also a category of our members that is dormant. Dormant members weigh negatively on our books, but we commend the CMC for their efforts to reactivate these accounts. Supervisory committee suggests that these dormant accounts should be struck off our register and implore any one of us in this category of members to reactivate their accounts before the office embarks on the exercise of striking them off the register. Supervisory committee also noted that there are some members who are not consistent in their deposit and only regularize their savings when they intend to take loans. And once the loan is acquired, the inconsistency threat recurs, thus denying the Sacco some earnings. For this matter, credit committee is advised to consider this inconsistency as a precursor to granting loans. He urged members to engage the office whenever they experience difficulties in their loan repayments. He commended the team on the way they handle members and gave an example of a case with the tribunal. Painful as it might be, forwarding a case to the tribunal, it is a safeguard for guarantors and it is used as a last resort for dire cases. Financials. To avoid having idle cash, since members are not taking loans as they should, you will notice that CMC deposited a significant part of our savings with the money market. He reiterated that the investment the Sacco has made in IT and the strategic plan should improve our products, thereby enhancing loans uptake and reducing investments in the money market. This should also mean higher returns out of loaning as well as building ourselves and our families. Strategic plan. This is an operational guide that will direct the Sacco in our operations for the next 5 years. The strategic plan is your document, and you should read, understand, and own it. Note your roles in achieving the Sacco goals. Monitor its application, and always keep the officials engaged to ensure that we are all on track. The CMC has heeded the call from our brothers from their Ticonal to join Sacco, and we are optimistic that this AGM will support this proposal. By joining hands with others, we will enrich our membership, improve loans uptake, loan guarantees, and consequently cause higher dividends and interest on deposits. Housing Sacco Society. The Housing Sacco will be the place to go for those wishing to acquire properties and other investments. A lot of education is needed, and we call upon the CMC and the housing teams to work together in educating members and coming up with strategies to work together to optimize on our savings and those of the housing members. Let us all purpose to belong to the two circles so that we could enjoy returns from the two entities, since we will expect better propositions from the two. Outlook. We have done the first quarter of 2022, and with most COVID-19 restrictions lifted, the year promises a mixed bag of fortunes with the upcoming general elections, drought, and external shocks affecting inflation. The economy is, however, expected to be resilient and record some growth. For that matter, with the SP, IT system, housing Sacco, and opening of a common board, we should see growth in all parameters of the Sacco. We wish to remind you that Supervisory Committee is an intermediary you can approach for matters between you and another member, you and the office, or you and any official. This report was proposed for adoption by John Agm, member number 378, and seconded by Esther Junior, member number 20. Minute 6, financial report. Monica Gibona, the auditor, appreciated the chairman, the supervisory, and all members for availing themselves for this meeting. She explained that interest on loans had dropped slightly from 1.8 million to 1.6 million, while share capital has increased by 30%. Interest from CIC money market has increased with 323,007 shillings. She explained that Sacco's objective for members is to save and take loans. Therefore, CMC should come up with products that would encourage members to take loans, because interest on loans is more and it is not taxed, as opposed to interest on members' deposits in the money market, which is taxed. She urged members to keep on building their share capital, because share capital gives a Sacco a strong stand. Again, if we build our share capital to 5 million, we would be under Sacco Society's regulatory authority, SASRA. Accounts were proposed for adoption by Amos Warreno, member number 243, and seconded by Bernard Dogo, member number 479. Reactions. Stephen Masharia, member number 584, wanted a clarification on intangible assets at an 49. The answer: these are software that are amortized. Minute 7. Treasurer's report and adoption of 2022 and provisional 2023 budget. The treasurer introduced himself to members, as this was the first physical AGM since he joined the Central Management Committee, CMC, as the treasurer. He then presented the budget 12,192 in 2021 to 6,710,000 in 2023. In 2022, expenses will move from 2,790,859 in 2021 to 3,776,000 in 2022, thus giving us a surplus of 2,934,000 in 2022 as opposed to 2,721,633 in 2021. The budget was proposed for adoption by Amos Valero, member number 243, and seconded by Adam Aruondo, member number 583. The actions from the budget. James Murage, member number 65, for referring to depreciation, asked if there was something that has been destroyed. Answer, this amount is for depreciation. Minute 8, appointment of auditors, resolutions. Members expressed their wish to continue with the ministry auditors. This was proposed for adoption by Lay Canon Peter Kinodia, member number 126, and seconded by George Atimo, member number 463. Minute 9, resolutions. Payment of interest, Payment of interest on deposits at 4% was proposed for adoption by James Murage, member number 65, and seconded by Lincoln Kihumbi, member number 97. B. Payment of dividends at 6% was also approved. However, Catherine requested that members agree to capitalize it. She asked members to consider building their share capital to between 15,000 to 20,000 to strengthen the Sacco. She explained that every Sacco with a deposit of 100 million will be regulated by SASCA. When the idea to capitalize or not to capitalize was put to a vote, a majority of 37 members approved dividends to be capitalized. This was proposed for adoption by Lay Canon Peter Kinodia, member number 126, and seconded by George Atimo, member number 463. Those against capitalization of dividends were 3. This was proposed for adoption by George Karuku, member number 4, and seconded by Ann Karoki, member number 27. Therefore, capitalization of this year's dividends was passed by a majority. The officer explained that when there is an issue with any matter, the issue must be put to a vote. Common bond. The chairman explained that this was due to many requests from the articular churches members, and members of this church. He explained that CMC considers having new members wait for 3 years to observe their trustworthiness and commitment before they can join the board as a way of safeguarding our Sacco. Opening of the common board was proposed for adoption by Aaron Aluondo, member number 583, and seconded by Merimo Puya, member number 465. Honorarium. The chairman requested for an honorarium of 144,000 for members of the board. Lay Canon Peter Kinodia, member number 126, wanted to know if there was a difference between sitting allowance and honorarium. The answer, sitting allowance is paid for those 2 to 3 meetings per month that are allowed by the ministry. However, the board sits many more times because some tasks such as consideration and approval of loans are continuous, hence the request for an honorarium. Board honorarium was proposed for adoption by George Atimo, member number 463, and seconded by Lay Canon Peter Kinodia, member number 126. The chairman appreciated members for approving the honorarium and for giving us an opportunity to continue serving them. Minute 10, elections. Central Management Committee. Catherine, the DCO Mahandara, read the names of the members who were retiring but were offering themselves for the election as Morris Wakura, chairman, Petitailo, Treasurer, and Evans Mashali, Vice Chairman. Members unanimously asked that we continue serving. This was proposed by Mirimo Kuria, member number 465, and seconded by Lydia Mwanaina, member number 139. Kathleen sought members' petition on Isabella Degwa, who was cooperative member. Members voted unanimously confirmed her as a committee member. Proposed by Rose Katimu, member number Rose Letao, member number 194, seconded by Bernard Dugu, member number 479. Supervisory Committee. Catherine explained that Joseph Modiba Kehiu was retiring or Beatrice Ngugi had resigned. Joseph Modiba declined from continuing to serve as a Supervisory Committee member because he was elected as the chairman of the Housing Cooperative Society. To replace the two members from the Supervisory Committee, members proposed Anthony Kenyatta J, member number 469, proposed by Edwin Mwangi, member number 455, seconded by Peter Tenovia, member number 126. Justin Vega, member number 590, proposed by Kuya Mirimo, member number 465, seconded by Dugu, member number 479. Acceptance speech from the two supervisory elected members. Anthony Kenyati J said that he was bringing a lot of wealth into the supervisory committee on checks and balances as he works for PricewaterhouseCoopers as an auditor. Justin Vega said that he was humbled for being elected to serve in the supervisory committee. He explained that he has worked in the insurance industry for the last 13 years, so he would bring skills and expertise in insurance matters. The office should be the officer, Catherine Wambua, explained that she would come back to constitute the committees within 7 days. She excused herself and left to go serve other SACCOs that were holding their AGMs today. Minute 11, any other business. The treasurer requested members to visit the office and clarify what they would like to do with their interest on deposit payments. This will only be paid after any outstanding amount to the Sacco in form of loans and welfare. The vice chairman requested members to update their next of kin records. Minute 12, vote of thanks. Esther Duo gave a vote of thanks. She started by thanking God for the opportunity to hold another physical AGM after a long time. She thanked the church leadership under Venerable Charles Chege Kariuki for supporting and allowing us to hold the meeting within the church compound. A vote of thanks was given to the caterers for preparing sumptuous meals. She appreciated the Ministry of Cooperative officials for working with us. Finally, the vote of thanks was to members for trusting us to take care of their money and the present members for their patience. There being no other business, the meeting closed with a word of prayer by Regina Githae, member number 206, at 2:10 p.m., confirmed by Maurice Wafura, chairman, prepared by Florence Geto, secretary. Thank you.
Please give Madam Secretary a better clap. That was quite long. But we thank God this far we've come. And before we do anything to do with that minute, then we need somebody to propose. We need a proposer and a seconder. Yes?
I propose to become member number 374.
Member number 374, Joe Muthiga proposes. We need a seconder. A seconder for the minutes before we get into any matters arising. Members who are present on that day, please.
I second Bernard Ndugu, member number 479.
Thank you. Yes, as I said, it was a long one, but I believe we were moving with the secretary as she was doing the readings. And so I would request if there are any matters arising from the minutes. Any matters arising from the minutes for those members who are present for that day's AGM? Do we want to say that there were no issues arising from the minutes? So we are good? So that we move on? I want to hear from you members. Are we good so that we move on? Okay. Then in our program, we want to move very fast to let our chairman, Mr. Moleshe, to do his remarks, his opening remarks, as well as introducing his team. Mr. Moleshe, karibu sana. We appreciate our chairman as he comes.
Good morning, members. Happy New Year. Okay, I think this is the first AGM for us to hold after extending the bond to Cathedral Archdeaconry. So we just want to appreciate those members who have arrived, starting maybe with SEK Kiambio Church. If you are present, we'd want to acknowledge you. Bado hawajafika. SEK Bahati Emmanuel Church. Wapigiwe makofi, simama bwana. Wapigiwe makofi. SEK St. Alban Makadara. If there's any representative who has come, please stand up, we appreciate you. SEK St. Philip's Jericho. Washangiliwe. That's our mother church, we really appreciate. SEK St. James Buruburu. Ni kama wote, lakini SEK St. Philip's wanakuja kwa bidii. Mmewacheki? Okay, let me have all the officials here to introduce themselves and the office staff so that you can be known by members. Wote wako na midomo ya kuongea, nikiongea pengine mtasikia sauti zao vizuri. So wacha niwapatie ruhusa, kila mmoja ajitambulishe.
Praise God. My name is Justin Diga. I work in the supervisory team. Thank you.
Bwana asifiwe. My name is Anthony Thiga Karemi. I serve in the credit committee. I'm the current credit chair. Karibuni sana.
Habari yenu. My name is Esther Dhu. I serve in the credit committee. I'm the secretary.
Good morning to you. My name is Anthony Kinyatinje. I serve in the supervisory committee.
God is good. God is good. And all the time. My name is Isabella Ndegwa. I serve in the Education Committee as the Secretary. Karibuni sana.
Habari zenu. I'm Jacqueline Ogutu. I serve in Education Committee as a member.
Good morning, is it afternoon? It's afternoon by the way. Good afternoon, dear cooperators. Good afternoon once more. My name is David Thairu Mwangi, and I'm the treasurer, I'm the current treasurer of the Sacco.
Once again, good morning. My name is Florence Geto. By God's grace, I'm the secretary of the Sacco.
Good morning, members. Good morning. Kuna mtu hajakunywa chai? Good morning. Sawa. Anbeth Wamboi Njoroge, I'm the office manager.
Thank you. You can have your seat. We have Mr. Stephen Macharia. Stephen Macharia is helping us in the credit committee, and he replaced Mr. Evans Macharia. We informed the ministry, and the 2 changes were done. So today he is here to be accepted by the AGM for him to continue serving. Just hear his voice.
Praise God. Praise God again, members. My name is Stephen Washira Macharia. By the grace of God, I'm born again. I'm a member of this church and a member of the Sacco. My number is 0584. And yes, I was called, co-opted to come in and serve in your credit committee. I've seen a few of your applications, and I think you are doing well.
Thank you. Makofi kwa Steve. So members, I have an apology from the Vice Chairman, Mr. Morris Wafula, who has traveled, is out of town. And also we have an apology from the Chairman, Supervisory Committee, Mr. Anthony Mindo Kimemia, who might be joining us later in the day. And then I go to my report. County commissioners, officers, distinguished invited guests, Venerable Charles Chege, Karaoke, members of our clergy, board members, honorable members, good morning and greetings in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. I welcome you to our 13th annual general meeting. It is my pleasure to see all of us here. I feel humbled to stand in your presence on this important day in Sacco calendar to review our performance for the last 12 months. We thank God who has been faithful to us all in this time. Thank you, members, for entrusting the running of the Sacco on the board. We had a few changes in the management of the Sacco, and by the grace of God, I am the current chairman. Sorry, I had not given my name. I'm Wellington Muleshe Akanyinya, a member of SEK St. James Buruburu. Thank you for having faith in me. We thank the former chairman, Mr. Morris Wafula, for good leadership in steering the Sacco for 11 consecutive years. Sio ni miaka mingi sana. Situmpigie makofi kwa absentia kama yuko absent. By the end of this session, members, we should be able to review the achievements, challenges, and general growth of our Sacco. Membership. At the close of year 2022, the Sacco had recorded growth in membership closing at 514, members, up from a membership of 472 at the beginning of the financial year. More than 50% of this increase is courtesy of the extension of the bond to cathedral archdeaconry churches. This was achieved by 12 outreach visits in the second half of year 2022. Members, as I was introducing the members, I would like to state that we managed to get one member from SCK Kiambio, wapigiwe makofi. SCK St. Alban, we managed to recruit 2 members in the second half of last year, wapigiwe makofi. SCK Emmanuel Bahati, we managed to recruit 11 members. SCK St. Philip's, we recruited 13 new members. And SCK St. James Buruburu, we recruited 15 members. Umwaka St. Philip's mnaniambia mnabit St. James? Oye. Wanakuja kwa bidii. As we continue the visits in the new year, in the year 2023, our emphasis will be on enhancing good relations and recruiting from the following churches: SCK St. Philip's, Jericho, SCK Emmanuel Church, Bahati, SCK St. Alban, Makadara, SCK Kiambio Church, and any other church where members will show interest. And of course, not forgetting our SCK St. James Buruburu. We kindly urge all members to be good ambassadors and market the Sacco to everyone in your social circles within the archdeaconry. Let us take advantage of the network. What we are saying is, for cooperative, it is a movement. And there's no need for you to be here without inviting your friend, that other friend of St. Stephen's Cathedral, or Lunga Lunga, or South B. Kwa nini unamwacha nje? Tafadhali tukienda Mothers Union meetings, tukienda Kama meetings, tukienda youth meetings, let's share the good that you are getting in our Sacco. That's exactly what we are trying to emphasize. With the engagement of the office assistant, we have managed to reduce dormant members to 160. The office assistant makes calls to follow up and establish what could be causing members not to grow their deposits. Kindly cooperate with him when he calls. Na nimemwona hapa kujiintroduce. Peter. We remind you on need to save regularly, borrow wisely, and repay promptly to facilitate steady growth of our Sacco. This young man is the office assistant. Ni mzuri msikie sauti yake, ndio akipiga simu usifikirie ni conman. Unajua Kenya tumekuwa na mambo mengi.
Hello, good morning. Naitwa Peter, the office assistant, SCK St. James Buruburu. Labda kuna watu nimepigia simu hapa, si ndio? Labda kuna wenye nasikia hello, unasema hello, Anbeth, nakwambia hapana, it is Peter calling from SCK St. James Sacco. Hiyo sauti inakuanga yangu. Yes, thank you.
So members, let's cooperate with the office assistant because he'll be calling you, especially for members who have only paid maybe the shareholding amount and they're not growing their deposits. You'll hear a lot of his voice. And also for those who have registered and they have not gone ahead to grow their membership. I had just talked of, we are reminding you to save regularly, borrow wisely, and repay promptly to facilitate steady growth of our Sacco. What we have noted also is some of you members mnapeleka pesa mzuri kwa bank, lakini hiyo deposit slip mnaiweka chini ya kitanda badala ya kuletea office manager akupatie receipt ya Sacco. So it is important that as you deposit, wherever you are depositing, whether you are depositing in the bank or with an agent, please remember to give the reference number as your membership number. And second narration, you can give your unique African name, like Aganyinya. Ndio ikipatikana, hata kama hujaleta hiyo deposit slip, at least the manager will be able to know who this deposit belongs to. So we encourage you as much as possible, once you deposit your money in the bank, please make a point of bringing that deposit slip as fast as possible to the office for you to be receipted. In the same periods, we would want to say that Sacco lost 5 members who are promoted to glory. Members, I would request that we stand to observe a moment for the 5 members who went to be with the Lord last year. May the Lord rest their souls in peace. We can have our seats. Sacco operations. Kenya's economy experienced slowed growth in year 2022 due to the effects of the long electioneering period and drought experienced in many parts of the country. It is unfortunate that the drought is persistent and most of our counties are being affected. But we remain optimistic that the Lord is faithful and he'll turn this around. We remain optimistic that we'll have a turnaround for a better economic performance in the year 2023. Fellow members, let us heed the call for a saving culture from our president and better our future and forthcoming generations. It has been my pleasure to see young people and young children around because we are teaching them that this is our future. We reiterate that the Sacco is offering all its credit products on a reducing balance, making our loans cheaper and more competitive in the market. I believe we are the cheapest. Hiyo tutaongea. The Sacco revenue improved from 5.4 million in year 2021 to 6.2 million in year 2022. This continued steady growth was made possible by the untiring efforts of the board, office manager, and you members who have always believed in this Sacco. Our net surplus after tax reduced minimally to 536,660 in year 2022 from 542,447 in the previous year, 2021. Dear honorable members, St. James Sacco has invested 25 million in money market, that's CIC, insurance, and 28 million with Central Bank of Kenya. This diversification has distributed risk and enhanced returns on investment. Much of these returns, or the benefit, will be realized by end of year 2023 and beyond. We also continue to invest with Cusco. However, dear members, we need to leverage on taking loans from our Sacco to minimize the tax we pay on investment in money markets. Whatever we invest in CBK is taxed. Whatever we invest in CIC is taxed. Some members, we are still pleading with you. This money This 25 million, 28 million. That's a total of 53 million is yours for borrowing. Please come and borrow. We have stated that we are the cheapest. We can't be the cheapest and then you go borrow elsewhere. Sacco strategic plan. During the year in review, the Sacco embarked on the implementation of the strategic plan 2021 to 2026. Implementation assists in establishing mechanisms that respond adequately to challenges and expected changes. We are glad to state that the Sacco bylaws and policies are undergoing changes to align them with the strategic plan implementation. Once this is done, the Sacco will be able to hold either physical or virtual or hybrid annual general meetings, enabling as many members to participate actively. Education Marketing Committee continue to schedule deaconry church visits, arrange for member education, and come up with solutions to ensure majority member needs are met in a timely manner. A new management information system is in place, and we look forward to automated reconciliations and member communication to enhance office efficiency. Our Sacco website is complete, awaiting independent internet connection, whose approval is in progress. This will allow members to engage the office via social platforms. I'm grateful to the board and office staff for support given in the implementation process. Thank you, members, for your patience as the implementation process progresses gradually to realize the benefits. In the year 2023, we look forward to better service delivery systems with an ambition to process a quick access loan within a day. This will be competing what you see like Fuliza, na hizo zingine Mshwari, bla 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 bla. Ndio ukiwa na shida wakati wa mwezi uko kona, kama saa hii, utakuwa unapigia Anne na unamueleza nataka hiyo quick service loan. Housing Investment Cooperative is a reality and independent, and I see some of the officials around. Maybe they can just stand up for you to appreciate them and know who to approach when you have an investment issue. They are simuwapigie makofi. Chairman wake ni Joe. Utataka kuongea kidogo? Kwa salimu tu wasikie sauti yako ndio wajue kuna investment.
Praise God, church. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Thank you very much, Chairman, for acknowledging me. My name is Joe Muthiga, and I am the chair for the Housing Cooperative Society. This is the investment part of the Sacco, and I would want to thank the many of you who have so far registered. As of now, we are heading to 100 plus people. Our target is to get to a capital share of 6 million, and we are moving steadily. I would want to ask those of us who haven't yet registered, msiachwe nyuma. This is part of us. You can't be in the Sacco and not be in the housing, because as you have heard, we've been told that we need to borrow. We need to borrow as much as we can. For us, we are going to provide a lot of investment opportunity and a lot of opportunities to buy and own property. So I would want to advise you, don't remain behind. We want to make sure that once we get going, our AGM is next month, that is on the 26th, that will be the last weekend. And we want to make sure that by then, all the members who would have registered, once we agree, we might raise again the capital share, because there are good things that are coming. So for you who is behind and not yet registered and waiting to join Badai, let me tell you, you stand to do. So today is the time to register. We will be there. If you'd want to come in and maybe ask questions, I'll be at the registration table and we'll be registering members. Kujeni tufanikiwe pamoja.
Thank you. So members, I had said we look forward to attending his annual general meeting soon, and it is good that he has confirmed it is coming in March. We encourage you members to take advantage of our Sacco loans to invest in the housing investment cooperative. As we appreciate the support granted by the ministry, we still seek your guidance in hatching the investment. We still urge all interested members of Cathedral Archdeaconry to join the housing cooperative so that we invest together. What we are saying is, you as a member of this Sacco, you have a great opportunity because you can borrow and invest in the housing Sacco. But the housing investment cooperative is not pegged on you being a member of this Sacco. So it is good also to share the same with members of Cathedral Archdeaconry who are interested to come and join the housing investment cooperative. Shareholding. Our shareholding increased from 2.7 million in the year 2021 to 3.2 million in year 2022 as a result of new members joining. Out of our total membership, 426 members had met or exceeded the target shareholding minimum amount of 5,000 as at 31st December 2022. The 88 members, we are calling and pleading and requesting you, please, just grow. Hata chukua kalon na useme hii nimeweka kwa shareholding ya 5,000. Please. Ndio usibaki nyuma, unaona a bigger percentage has already met the number. We take this opportunity to sincerely thank those members who keep growing their shares and assure you of our commitment to give you competitive returns on your investment. As we strive to compete with other financial institutions in this industry, including larger circles, the competition gets steeper and hard to maneuver, but we are optimistic and hopeful that we'll continue to grow. Despite the fact that a few members withdrew from our membership, we are proud of committed ones because at the close of the year 2022, our deposits stood at 54.9 million. Sumujipigie makofi. This is as compared to 47.3 million the previous year. Loans. Despite the long electioneering period experienced in our country, the Sacco recorded an improved loan uptake totaling 13.7 million in year 2022 compared to 12 million in year 2021. The board has exceptionally agreed to increase loan repayment period to 48 months. Members, this is to allow you who has been fearing to take a loan and repay in small amounts so that you can be motivated to come for more loan. Let's take more loans to grow our Sacco. We thank our members who keep borrowing to grow our loan book. Self-guaranteed loans and top-up loans have been a darling to many. However, we urge our members to take advantage of mitaa fellowships and various church groups to bond, create entrusted cell groups, and come for bigger loans in order to transform, renew, and improve their lives. Ukienda kwa mitaa fellowship, usiende tu kusikiza neno la Mungu, lakini tafuta ule rafiki mwenye mnaweza kukua pamoja. And you guarantee each other so that you can take bigger loans. Na hata ukienda kwa Mothers Union monthly meetings, kama monthly meetings, youth meetings, please also put Sacco as an agenda so that we can grow the Sacco together as Cathedral Archdeaconry. To enhance loan uptake, we are in the process of introducing a quick access loan dubbed OKOA Chap Chap loan and medical cover loan. Both products are to be piloted the first quarter of year 2023 to be live in the second quarter year 2023. Loan defaulters. The core business of the Sacco being savings and giving affordable loans, the positive trends are somehow diluted when our members have challenges in servicing their loans. Efforts have been put in place to reduce the default rate. The credit committee and the office manager continue to manage loan portfolio diligently, engaging loanees with arrears to come up with favorable solutions to both Sacco and individual members. Members, as you will realize from the report, the board is here to give you solutions, not to give you hurdles. So umesikia hiyo solution sana? Yes, so ukichukua loan, ukipata shida, hawa ni mandugu na madada zenu. Kuja waongeleshe, waeleze vile kuliko, watakusikiza and you'll come up with a solution. That is how Saccos grow. Sio tunakaa huko alafu na kimya na tunastukia sasa tunapeleka loan yako kungine. Tunataka ukuje utuongeleshe, tuelewane vile utaendelea kulipa. So msiogope hawa board members, nyinyi ndio mmewachagua na wako hapa kumfanyia kazi. I'm happy to report that majority of our members are repaying their loans promptly, except for a few who are inconsistent with their loan repayments due to varied reasons. To safeguard our members as potential grantors, we maintain cordial relations with the tribunal to try and recover defaulted loans in case of any. We are confident that our members will continue to engage the office for loan repayment solutions to ensure that we only resort to the tribunal in the most unfortunate situation. Yaani ukisikia tumeenda tribunal tutakuwa tumeshindwa kabisa. Yaani tumejaribu kuongea yetu yote lakini kumeshindikana. Benevolent Fund. The Benevolent Fund provides a much needed and timely relief to the members next of kin during bereavement. A token of 50,000 Kenya shillings is extended to the authorized next of kin as per our register. We call upon you members to regularly honor payment of monthly welfare amount. We also encourage you, members, to keep your next of kin details current should there be change or updates desired by the member from those previously designated. Members, what we are saying here is mainly for the young people, but it can also affect the elderly. Normally, huwa tunaingia Sacco kama bado tuko wachanga, kama bado tuko singles. Tunaandika next of kin as our fathers or our mothers or our siblings. Lakini wakati wenye tunaolewa, tunasahau kukuja kuchange. So we are reminding you, and in the course of the year, we'll make it a duty to keep reminding you to come and update your next of kin. Na pia kwa wazee, what we are saying is, you could have indicated that your spouse is the next of kin, and God forbid, maybe in the process, akwe promoted to glory. It is unfortunate, but you also need to come and update. the record so that you change it to a child or somebody of your preference. Work in progress. Office space. Office space. Office space has remained one of the challenges that we face. Allow me once again to thank Venerable Charles Chege Karaoke and the SCK St. James Church management for the office we occupy at the moment. There exists a need for another space to accommodate the Housing Investment Cooperative Society. As per last year AGM, the church management had requested we pay a service charge towards services rendered to the Sacco, including these spaces, for seamless operations. Members are resolved to pay 60,000 Kenya shillings annually towards this, but this has not been possible because it was considered inadequate, hence the inability of the Sacco to occupy the extra space. Members, we are bringing this back to you, and it should be among our resolution. And as the board, we are proposing that we review the 60,000 upwards and at least consider, because we have a relationship that we have to keep with the church, and it is good that the sermon was on relationships. So we have to maintain a good relationship with the church. So for the board, we are proposing that you consider raising this at least to 10,000 per month. But this will be part of the resolution that will be conducted by the minister official, Mr. Mogere, when the time comes. Medical cover for Sacco members. Having engaged several medical insurance providers, the board settled on Jubilee Health Insurance, a member of the Aga Khan group. The main requirement is to have a minimum of 21 registered members to get a waiver of waiting period. What do we mean by waiting period? If we go and take this policy without getting the minimum 21 members, it will mean that for general illness, once we register, we'll have to wait for 30 days before it is effected. Lakini pesa yetu ikikuwa huko. Surgical cases, we'll have to wait for 6 months. And for maternity, we'll have to wait for 9 months. So it means if you are expectant now, you deliver before it is effected. So members, we are calling upon you, let's take advantage of this so that we get the 21 members and get a waiver whereby once we register, we are looking forward to registering at least latest 1st of April. We'll not make it a Fool's Day, but we'll make it a reality. 1st of April, we be live and we get insured by Jubilee Health Insurance. So it is up to you members to come to the office and register. I have said that prudent saving and investment calls for a healthy mind and a healthy body. Fellow members, let us register and take medical cover so that we together can take care of our health. Please note, registration is on quarterly basis. That means if we get more than 21 members by 1st of April, then the next lot will be considered after 3 months, which will be 1st of July. So if you are interested, please let's take advantage of this so that we register in the first quarter. You are always welcome to visit the office to check on your preferred plan. The Sacco, in conjunction with the insurer, have flexible and affordable ways to pay premiums. For those who need a loan for premium payment, the board has agreed to lend at 0.5% per month for a maximum of 10 months. So pigiwa makofi. Au mlikuwa mnataka tuweke 1%? Hata nikisema 0 point watu hawafurahi shwali. Haya, we look forward to roll out this facility first quarter year 2023, and as I have told you, we are looking at 1st April 2023 to be our set of date. Members' rebates. Dear members, as we present these reports to you today, these numbers represent more than just an outline of our performance. They are a demonstration of commitment, need for achievement of a mission, and purpose to fulfilling our bigger vision. Tufanikiwe pamoja. The Sacco proposes to pay dividend and interest on deposits as follows. Dividend on shares, 7% to be capitalized to grow our shareholding, and interest on deposits, 5% to be paid out to members. This will be a resolution with the ministry officer. Once you approve it, ndio mtapiga makofi. Honorable members, as a token of appreciation for work Sacco officials have diligently done, I request you to approve payment of an honorarium of 156,000 shared by all committee members. This will also be a resolution to be conducted by the Ministry Office. Conclusion. As per the Sacco Act, you members are the owners of the Sacco. As shareholders, let us endeavor to grow our share capital for better investment returns and actively participate in making constructive resolutions for steady growth of our Sacco. Members, your support and patronage of our products and services is crucial to the growth and success of our Sacco. We thank you most sincerely for choosing St. James Sacco as your Sacco of choice and for believing in the Sacco board that manages your resources. The Sacco board is the backbone of the society, and much is expected of them to steer the Sacco to greater heights. We have a number of them whose term is ending today and have communicated the desire to continue serving. This will also be handled by the ministry officials. Thank you for sacrificing your time to be with us today. We appreciate members who are here physically, as well as those of you who are streaming virtually through social media. As I conclude, I would like to thank most sincerely the Vicar, Venerable Charles Chege Karaoke, for leading by example. He is a member of the Sacco, and as he was preaching, he also confirmed that the family are members of the Sacco. We look forward to all the children when they turn 18 to become members of the Sacco. Thank you, SCK Nairobi Diocese Cathedral Archdeaconry, church management, still under the leadership of Venerable Chege. The Ministry of Cooperative, Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Development, together with his officers who are present with us, Monica and Mr. Mugire. FinCorp Consult Limited, these are the ones who are doing for us the bylaws changes. Zilafric, the ones who implemented our website. Salarix Limited, who gave us the new system. And everyone else who I might not be able to mention by name, who has made St. James Sacco what it is today. Above all, I thank you so very much, dear members, for giving us a chance to serve you. May God bless you all. Tufanikiwe pamoja, yours in service.
Thank you. I appreciate Chairman. And before I continue with that report, I want us to record the presence of our auditor, Madam Monica. Madam Monica Njuguna is in our presence. Yes, her time will come. So then, that is the chairman's report. Before we do any matters arising from it, we need a proposer for that report and a seconder, so that we own the chairman's report as we continue with the matters arising from it. That is, if there would be. Members, we need a proposer for the chairman's report and a seconder.
Hereby
John Gashanja.
duly
I'm Brother John Gashanja, member 0234.
Thank you, Mr. Gachanja.
I, Elivli Sodawa, hereby duly second 678.
678. Member number 678 seconds.
I hope I'm right.
Thank you. So the chairman's report has been adopted, and so we need to hear from you members any matters arising from the chairman's report. And I request we move very fast. Matters arising, Anne, behind you. Daddy there.
My number is 0183, membership number 0183. May I start by saying this is a well-detailed report by the chairman, and we are happy about it. Secondly, I would like to find out from this report, how many members have you registered as part of medical scheme? And thirdly, is there any elaborated details of this medical scheme that we can go through and see and be able to make a decision? Because maybe that's why we have not got many people, because maybe they do not have the details of this medical scheme, because I'm sure many people would like to join this medical scheme. Thank you.
And through Chair, I request that we go through the matters, then maybe the response after that. Okay. Any matters arising from any other member?
Thank you. Members, good afternoon. I want to refer to the issue about the office. And I want to request members to allow me to comment on this as the vicar of the parish, because it is important for people to get it, what it should be, so that the decision for supporting the request become well understood. It is through a sitting of a PCC that the PCC requested that everybody who uses these premises will be requested to pay a service charge. And I can't remember how many meetings we had with the members of management when we had Mr. Maurice Wafura as the chair. I'm sure even after the AGM, what happens is that the management meets the cooperative officer, and then a new office is reconstituted. And that is how the current chairman, Mr. Wellington, became the chair. I want to say that we had requested that we get a service charge for the two offices for 25,000 shillings. And I have read very clearly on the discussions of the AGM. The request of the PCC remains that you consider paying a rent, paying a service charge of 25,000 for the two offices. That's the request. And let the discussions and resolutions about this rent revolve about that figure as 25,000. Secondly, those of you who are members of this church know that I'm also the archdeacon of the cathedral, and all archdeacons are in charge of the buildings in that archdeaconry. I requested the management to give us a proposal of an architectural proposal of the modifications that needs to be done in the new office. It is only after that that they will be requested to do any modification. But the office, as requested, is actually ready for occupation. But the management considers that they need to modify the office a bit so that it becomes a useful and a good office for the housing corporation. So I wanted to give a quick education for all of us to say that if that office is to be occupied well, the office must consider making that proposal in writing of the architectural adjustments that needs to be done in that building, so that that is passed, and then the modification is effected. We will not be able to move forward in terms of modifying the office if the proposal for the modification is not done first by the committee, because it is not just done casually. It's something very official, and that adjustment is actually communicated formally to the diocesan office, and that is part of the procedure of the church. So I thought those two things, when I mentioned them, will help us as members of the church to understand very well. It's good to confirm that the PCC never accepted the offer of 60,000 shillings, because that considers to pay rent or service charge at a rate of 5,000 shillings a month. It's good to confirm that in the past that the office have enjoyed free parking. If you come here and park outside there and you go to Equity Bank, you pay 200 shillings, and if you don't do that, the car is parked. We use the church as a platform for marketing the Sacco. Every Sunday, we talk about the Sacco, we talk about the housing. So the PCC considered that a resolution to pay 5,000 shillings per month for 2 offices in Buruburu, even a service charge, yet nothing else is added to them. The water, the free Wi-Fi, the electricity, the free parking, the security was not enough. That's the reason why the PCC felt we decline, we don't take the 60,000 shillings, and we appeal to the AGM of the Sacco to consider our request. And I think that would help and guide us well. And you can imagine really what is 5,000 shillings. I sit in a Sacco, myself as a chairman, and even the allowances for the Sacco is, if you look at the allowances for the Sacco for a month, I'm referring to my own Sacco, it's not 5,000 shillings. So you can imagine if Anne and Peter and everybody else are secure, yet this AGM would want to pay 5,000 shillings. I think for members of St. James, in all fairness, 5,000 shillings is very little money. I want to make a request that if the AGM would want to discuss this matter without considering the figure proposed, we just leave it. That would help. So that we don't take time and resolve on 5,000 shillings, and I know for sure PCC will not take it. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a matter that has been raised and has been detailed, so I want us to continue with the matters arising from the same report, the chairman's report. Any other member with a matter arising from the report? So that we don't close you out from the chairman's report. Any matters arising? Okay, then they are going to respond on the 2 issues, I think. Then there's also an online questions that have been raised. I think I've passed them to you, Chairman. So if there's no any other matters arising, I give it to Chairman to respond.
Okay, members, as per my report, I said that we have the details of the insurance with the office manager. And maybe what I'll do, I'll request her to share it on the platform. I believe you are all on the WhatsApp platform. Kuna ule mwenye yuko kwa WhatsApp? So it will be shared on WhatsApp platform, but you can also get time and visit the office during working hours on Tuesday up to Sunday. You'll get the details. So far, 20 members have shown the interest. So we are waiting for just a few. And then we'll tell the members who are interested to now start paying the premiums to tell us whether they'll come for the loan or they'll be paying it, they'll be bringing it in cash. Is there anything else? I believe those are the 2 issues that were raised. For the benefits, it's good to visit the office or rather look at your WhatsApp. Once it is shared, you'll be able to get all the benefits. Because for the entry they are allowing us from 18 years up to 74 years. And then once you enter, you'll be covered up to age of 80. But there we are still negotiating that if you have been paying all those years, then it should be eternity until the Lord rests you.
Sorry for that. Sometimes it's good to consult, as I want us to continue. I think I'm closing that chapter of the chairman's report. If there is any other issue, or the other issue of rent will be discussed independently. And I want us to move next. In your program, you are going to allow Supervisory Committee to present their report. The chairperson is not in, Kimemia is not in, and so Anthony J is going to stand in for their chair. We appreciate Anthony as he comes. He's also Anthony.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you here. So I'm going to present the report of the Supervisory Committee. I'm standing in for my chairman, Anthony Kimemia, but I'm the secretary. And we are 3 members in that committee. Me, Anthony, and Justin. Justin, you can quickly wave. All right, all protocols observed. Good morning and praise the Lord. Good afternoon, good afternoon. It gives me much pleasure to once again stand in front of you, but this is my first time, so this will assume it's Kimemia speaking, and to deliver our speech on behalf of my committee. I thank you members for electing into office 2 new members, myself and Justin Diga, who I must say have been a valuable addition to the committee and the board. They have been apt in their duties and quick to learn the ropes of their obligations. In executing its mandate, this committee has its own sittings, and we make sure we do actually sit once a month. Whether I'm working in Kisumu or in London, we shall sit, be it virtually, we normally sit. So we've even adopted new methods to make sure that we are sitting every month. And we also sit with the CMC from time to time. And we answer to you members and the cooperative office. We check the processes, operations, and systems, and give commendations and recommendations to the CMC. To just summarize, we make sure that your investment is well taken care of. And that is our role. And we do that role to the best of our ability. So we have 3 quick topics to quickly update you about. I'll start with membership. The year 2022 saw a milestone achieved when we started admitting members from the Cathedral Deaconry. This has showed us up our numbers. As we move on, we expect these numbers to translate into a bigger loan book, higher dividends, and interest and a diversified membership. To achieve this, we look forward to more engagements through education days, especially to the new in the cooperative movement. We commend the reduction in the number of dormant members as exposed by the chairman. Maintaining an active register is a continual engagement that we must be part of. Towards that end, we have recommended to the CMC to have a mentorship program of the teens in our congregations so that when they come of age, the Sacco becomes the first and natural point of contact in their financial life. When called upon to participate in Sacco activities, it is paramount that as a member, you do so to exercise your right to decide on the direction it takes and who it takes there. For members physically here, asanteni sana, it will be beneficial to all that the CMC comes with policies and modalities to enable our members streamlining online, effectively participate in all our agendas of our meetings, especially now that our scope extends beyond our parish. I'll move on to finance. We continue to monitor the migration from our old system, Sacco Plus, to the new management information system, TriSacco. The new system will afford you members a platform to to experience more product offerings, versatility, and convenience of technology. We urge members to keep tabs on their statement and always remember to narrate their payments to the Sacco at the point of payments, whether by mobile bank, mobile money, at bank agents, or at the banking halls. This will reduce chances of mispostings and unallocated funds. Towards that end, as the chairman has said, always try to keep your receipt slips and confirmation messages safe till you confirm that they have been entered into your account. It is a positive step that the CMC diversified some funds from the CIC money market to CBK bills. The funds held by these two institutions continue to grow. Inasmuch as it is prudent that they have been placed there, it is not ideal as they are meant to be given out to you as loans. This committee looks forward to a continuous reduction of those funds placed there and the growth of our loan book. I'll move on to the last paragraph, strategic direction. In conforming to our current strategic plan, the board has proposed amendments to some of our bylaws. This will allow the CMC maneuver and steer the Sacco in a rapidly changing environment, as it is one of the objectives of the Sacco to offer FOSA. It is our recommendation that we, year by year, deliberately grow our capital base in readiness for this important undertaking. As we continue to expand as a society, the dynamics and the stakeholders keep shifting. Our operating environment is shaped by very many variants, some beyond our control. Inflation, drought, competition come into play. The CMC and the office must adapt accordingly and make sure that the society is viable. Not just for the moment, but also for the future. IT, prudence, and integrity are some of the tools that we must continue to employ. In addition to normal loan interest and income from placement of our excess funds with the aforementioned institutions, there is need to explore other areas of generating income. Insurance agency, asset financing, LPO financing are some of the great areas to explore. In closing, we convey our gratitude to you members for allowing us to serve to the CMC, the office for their cooperation in execution of our mandate. Our engagement with them are underscored with a common denominator: the success of this Sacco. Tufanikiwe pamoja. We wish you a very, very blessed year ahead, and we shall continue being the bridge between you as members and the CMC. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Bonanje, for standing in and for giving us that supervisory report. And I want us to also get a proposer and a seconder. A proposer and a seconder, so that if there's any issue on it, we can discuss, but after adopting the report. A proposer?
Thank you for that good report, Manager. Member number 378, John Karoge.
Thank you. A seconder?
I do second, number 0183.
Thank you. Therefore, we can now bring our matters arising from that same report. I believe we all have the reports with us. So any matters arising can be raised now so that we move. Any matters arising from the supervisory report? It seems there are no matters arising from that report. And so I beg we move. In line with our program, we want to invite Madam Monica, who is our auditor, so that she may share with us our finances, the financial reports. So, Madam Monica, karibu sana. We appreciate her as she comes. I know after she's done the report, she'll be excusing herself. That is a request she has put.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. God is good, and all the time, and that is his nature. Wow. We thank God for this 5 years brought us. Indio, tumetoka mbali. Thank you, the board members, supervisory committee members. Thank you for your good report. And members of St. James Church, Buruburu, good afternoon. I want to commend the board and the office, the Sacco manager. At least tumeweza kufanya mkutano early enough in February, si ndio? Last year tulifanya lini? Sometime in April. And I think they deserve a clap for that. Si tuwapigie makofi. Yeah, that is really good. And I hope they'll keep up that. So I believe we all have copies, ndio tuende pamoja. I'll go through the accounts. If you have any clarification you might need or queries, just note down. I'll come to the end of the report and we'll have time for discussing. I'll take you straight to page 6, where we have the statement of comprehensive income for the year ended 31st December 2022. Page 6. If you're there, we can proceed. During the year under review, your revenue was mostly from interest on members' loans, which gave you 1,640,417. You had other interest income of 4.2 million. Out of that interest income, we less an interest expense of 2.7 million. This is actually the surplus that you made in the year 2022. The other year, the surplus was 1.8. So we can see there was growth in our surplus, meaning you did some good business. We less that from our interest income, we are left with net interest income of 3.2 million. We add other operating income of 244,960, leaving us a net revenue of 3.4 million. Out of the net revenue, we less administrative expenses incurred in the course of the year 2022, amounting to 2.3 million. We also less other operating expenses of 43,599, leaving us the surplus before tax of 1,056,977. Out of that tax, we less income tax expense of 520,317. The interest we tax is the interest from the money market. The interest from members' loan, we don't tax that. And that is why in the chairman's report, even the supervisory report, they have mentioned that members should come for loans. Our main objective of the Sacco is to give loans. Indio, they are only forced to invest in the money market because they have some surplus funds, members are kuji loans, and that is why we tax that interest. So members, I hope this year mtakujia loans, ndio tuweze pia kujijenga, you grow as also the Sacco grows. Surplus after income tax is 536,660. Out of that surplus, we set aside 20% as the law requires to statutory reserve fund, which is 107,332, leaving us with surplus available for distribution of 429,328. Out of that surplus, we provide for dividends on the share capital, a provision of 220,340. We also have provision for honoraria, a provision of 156,000 shillings. This is just a token of appreciation for both committees, kuambia Santi, for the job they did for us in the course of the year, which of course they'll be paid if you approve today. That leaves us with surplus to retained earnings of 52,988. We go to page 7, where we have the statement of financial position as at 31st December 2022. Here we have the assets and how they were financed. Under assets, your cash and cash equivalent had a balance of 1.1 million by the close of the year 2022. The outstanding loans to members by the close of the same year stood at 15.4 million. Other financial assets, these are your investments, had a balance of 53.9 million. Intangible assets, 350,000 value by the end of the year. And your fixed assets had a value of 112,483 by the close of the year 2022, giving us total assets of 71,023,722, up from 62.3 million in the year 2021. Under liabilities, members' deposits, your monthly savings, increased from 47.3 million to 54.6 million, which was quite impressive. Trade and other payables had a balance of 2.7 million by the close of the year. Interest on members' deposits, the surplus of 2.7 million had not been paid by the close of the same year, giving us total liabilities of 60.1 million. Under shareholders' equity, your share capital increased from 2.7 to 3.1 million. Reserves had a balance of 7.6 million by the end of the year, giving us total shareholders' equity of 10.8 million. When we add the total liabilities to the total shareholders' equity, we get 71,023,722, which agrees with our total assets. We have notes to the accounts from page 11 onwards. We can quickly go through them. Just to explain the items in the income statement and financial position statement. Page 11, kuendelea, we have the notes to the accounts. Note 2A is on the interest income and the sources of that interest income. You've invested in the CIC money market, which gave you 3.4 million. Interest from CBK, treasury bills, gave you 828,445, totaling to 4.2 million by the end of the year 2022. We have other operating income under Note 2B. You got it from entrance fees from the new members, sale of bylaws and other income, all totaling to 244,960. The interest on members' deposits is the surplus you made last year of 2.7 under Note 2C. Note 3, we have a list or breakdown of administrative expenses incurred in the course of the year 2022, totaling to 2,079,355 down there. There's a continuation of that on the next page, page 12, giving us the total expenses for the year at 2.3 million. Note 4, we have the bank charges you paid and the excise duty,
figure 160,300 shillings only for the year that, 2022.
That is the balance by the end of year 2022, 31st December 2022. The figure can maybe include, might have overflowed from the year 2021, but we can get that from the office manager. But that was the balance by the close of that year. And maybe just to add on that, I think the chairman in his report mentioned this issue about unidentified deposits. Members mnaenda mnaweka pesa kwa bank account ya Sacco, alafu hamleti receipt kwa ofisi. So it's very hard for the manager of the office to know hii pesa ni ya kazi gani or where to post that amount. That is why unaona hii ni pesa iko kwa account ya Sacco lakini haijulikani ni ya kazi gani. So kindly, if you do any payment, any deposit in the Sacco account, enda kwa ofisi ndio waweze kupost hiyo pesa to the relevant accounts. Wajue ni ya nini. Maybe the treasurer can add on that.
This means the money is not allocated to any individuals. So it is in a suspense.
Iko kwa Sacco, ni pesa iko kwa Sacco account lakini haijulikani ni ya nani aliweka.
What effort is the office doing
Maybe
to identify the owners?
treasurer.
Because it is very important.
Let treasurer respond more to you, please.
Okay, to answer the first segment of your question, the answer is no. The 160,000 is not only for this year. It's a cumulative figure. However, we've taken steps even going to the bank because some of this money is paid by M-Pesa, ingine inalipwa kwa agent. So we've even gone to the bank and tried to trace and try to come up with ways where they can know who paid the amounts. So we are making every effort to try and allocate these amounts.
It must be worrying. This is a lot of money in suspense.
So what do we do? That's why we are urging members, when you pay, please inform the office, or when you are paying through the social platforms, make sure you put your number or name for easy allocation. Hii lazima tusaidiane.
Remember, the good thing is ni ati si pesa ya Sacco iko nje imepotea. Ni pesa tuko nayo kwa account lakini hatujui ni nani amelipa, sawa? But please, hivyo treasurer amesema wacha tusaidiane na ofisi so that we don't have this amount in future. Any other question, clarification?
My name is Denise, member 315. I'm wondering, based on the fact that on the previous report we saw that the 60,000 that was supposed to be the rent, I think it's been called something else in the report, was rejected by the supervisory. Where is it sitting in the financials?
Which page are you referring to? Remember, kindly, I think they've taken note of that. Wacha tumalize kwanza na accounts. Yeah, there'll be time for any other business. They'll respond to all those questions. Members, anything on the accounts? Thank you.
You know, Madam Monica shall have gone when you'll be having another issue to raise doing with the accounts. So if there are no any other issues from that report, then we bring a close to it. Then I want to call upon the treasurer now to do his report. And maybe we'll be able to shed more light on any other issues that would come up. Karibu Bwana Thairo. Appreciate Bwana Thairo. Aki hata appreciation too.
Good afternoon, members. Yeah, just to answer, I didn't get your question. What did you want to know? You go up people accounts.
They requested in which line of accounts it was accounted for.
It was not accounted, we didn't pay. So it's not an expense. Sawa. So I'll take you through the budget for the year 2023 and provisional budget for the year 2024. I'll start with the income segment. Interest on loans, we've budgeted for 2,500,000. Interest income from CIC, we've budgeted for 3 million. Interest from T-bills, we've budgeted for 2,500,000. Sale of bylaws, we've budgeted 20,000. As the chairman alluded, we are going to print another new set of bylaws once we incorporate the changes. So every member it will be prudent for every member to buy a copy. Members registration, 20,000. Other income, 200,000, giving us a total income of 8,240,000. Then I'll go to the expenses bit. Bank charges, 80,000. Audit fees, 20,000. Administrative expenses, 50,000. Legal expenses, 40,000. Office expenses, 120,000. ICT support, 350,000. AGM expenses, 150,000. Provisions for non-performing loans, 100,000. These are a requirement by law. It's not to say that we are having loans which are not performing. Sitting allowance of 550,000. Traveling allowance, 45,000. Committee subsistence, 200,000. Supervision fee, 50,000. Salaries and wages, 880,000. Casual labor, 40,000. Printing and stationery, 60,000. Repairs and maintenance, 45,000. Depreciation of our assets, 170,000. Sacco website design and hosting, this is maintenance, 30,000. Committee education, 95,000. Members education, very important, 120,000. We are planning to have a family fun day. We've budgeted for 300,000 for the function. Staff training, 30,000. Marketing, 120,000. Strategic plan implementation, 140,000. Cusco annual subscription, 6,000. Ushirika Day celebrations, 8,000. Unforeseen contingencies, 50,000. Donations and CSR, 100,000. But we've heard the sentiments of our vicar and our chairman. I'm very sure palipo wazee hapaharibiki nini? Tutakubaliana. So this figure could change, will change. But the budget was about 60,000, giving us a total expense of 4,639,000, which should give us, when we deduct the 3.6 plus from the 8.2 income, we'll have a surplus of 3,601,000. Membership, we are planning to close at 600,000, up from 514. Loan guard, last year, we paid 590,921. We anticipate we've budgeted for 600,000, though we are looking at ways we could change and bring this figure down. The loan guard payments from members, we've budgeted for 400,000, giving us a small deficit of 200,000. Risk and sinking fund, this is the welfare 100,000 members pay. We anticipate to collect 550,000. Then we've budgeted for 300,000 for capital expenditure for the year 2023. The budget for 2024, I'll just go for, I won't read item by item, I'll just read the segment totals. Budgeting for an income of 9,764,000 against a total expense of 5,251,000, which will give us a surplus for the year of 4,513,000. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Treasurer. We need a proposer and a seconder so that we can be able to discuss.
My name is Stephen Brand Gaderu, membership number 0677.
Thank you. A seconder?
Excuse me, I have a question before I second this item.
You have a question to do with this the report from the
Yeah,
treasurer?
this one about the budget.
We cannot respond or ask before we adopt it. So we rather adopt, then now we can respond. Please? That is the order.
Okay.
Yes.
I second.
Okay.
Esther number 285.
285 seconds. Thank you. Then now I can begin with you immediately on the issues arising from that. Ma'am, now you can take the mic and then raise your issue because now we have adopted that report. Thank you.
I have a question. Now that we have adopted that budget, the budget estimate, I think the rent issue is very pertinent here. So, although we have approved it, that 60,000 is not viable, is it? I think we should go to 300,000 if it's going to be 25,000 per month.
I think we say that issue we are going to deliberate on it as an item, but still it is noted down because we have to at least come to a closure.
Okay.
It will form part of the resolutions which will be carried out by our cooperative officer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other matters arising from the...
Okay, my name is Paul Michino, registration number 669. We have budgeted to increase revenue by 33%, and you're telling us that net surplus only goes up by 7%. I think we should cut some cost.
Member 4646. I want to propose that road guard expenses is not carried by the general membership. The ideal situation is when you get a loan, the percentage of the loan insurance is actually known. So before you get your loan, the management cuts that expense and then forwards it to the insurance, because in so doing, when it's carried by anybody else and you're the beneficiary of the loan, you are just being assisted by the entire membership to cover your loan, yet you're the one benefiting. And I think that could be the ideal situation. It's a very small percentage. So if you get a loan and it should be guarded with an insurance policy, that is reduced from the money you had requested and it's forwarded to the Sacco. That's possibly a comment that the cooperative officer, if he's here, will be able to educate the members present.
Thank you very much, Deacon. And that's, I think I mentioned in my report that we are reviewing the way we pay our loan guard. And we'll take that into consideration. Answering the gentleman who said we should cut on cost. This is just a budget, but we are very cognizant as we go forward of how we spend the money. Once if we budget something for 150, we don't work very hard to utilize the whole 150. Yeah. We look at the cost as the year progresses.
Thank you, Treasurer. Any other issues arising from that report? Treasurer's report, the budget.
A very well-balanced budget for the treasurer, but capital expenditure, given that the year 2022 we did not have such a figure, What is this you have in mind about 300,000 on capital expenditure?
What we have in mind is that, as you know, we are updating our ICT system. So we might be required to invest in additional computers. But this will be only, as I said, this will only be spent if the need is there. If the need is there, yeah.
Thank you. Any other matters?
Denies member number 315. I'm just echoing what the treasurer has said, that the budget has come from the need. I was wondering if members here said that they wanted a family fund day, which has been allocated 300,000.
Your member number is 315. I don't know, the chairman of Education Committee is not here to answer about the family fund day, but I'll try as my level best. A family fund day is very important, especially when it comes to bonding and knowing your fellow cooperators in case you need a loan. Because how will you get guarantors? You know, these are Sacco where we don't have a common bond, like we don't work in the same organization. So it's something which is very important for bonding and for asking different questions, since, as you'll note, the AGMs are very structured in their nature, and will not have a lot of time to be educated on many issues. So to me, a family fund day is something which is of paramount importance.
To add on that, because I sit on in the education team, we usually had the fund days, the team buildings, and those members who are here and that participated in all that, you know how important those days are. I think it is the COVID issue that made us not to be having these days yearly, because in a year, we usually had either fund day, team building, and I can see behind there some young people really nodding their heads because they know. I can flow behind there, I'm seeing them doing this, nodding, that we know the benefits of the fund day and the team buildings. There's once a time we had a team building here in our compound. There's another time we had a fun day at Saika, at our school there. And we usually get new members even getting into our circle because of these days. And especially the youth, they usually ask for these days. Because when we have these fun days is when we mingle together. And it also helps us to come up with the issue of the cells so that we have the members coming up together and being able to guarantee one another. Those are the real reasons why we need these days. Thank you. If there is any other matters arising?
I am member number 621. I wanted to further explanation. Part of it, the Archdiction has actually given a direction on to what the loan guard should be directed. But then there is also another one next to it, that of loan guard payment. Those two entities of 600 and 400, I think we need further explanation on why there are two entities instead of one. Then there is the element of risk sinking fund. It is supposed to be, I thought it's supposed to be one item to be expounded. Otherwise, when you say risk sinking fund, then it is not clear what is all talking about.
Thank you. Treasurer?
I will start with the first one. The loan guard, the figure of 600,000 is what the underwriter or CIC will charge us. Then these loan guard payments, you are aware that when you take a loan, there is an element we recover from that loan to pay for the insurance. So ideally what will happen, if we were to take loans the way we should surpass the 400. The amount we pay, that's what happened to the last, before COVID. The amount we used to pay for insurance was usually less than the amount we recovered from people taking loans. And the difference used to be an income to the Sacco. But after COVID, our claim experience went south. So you'll find that our insurance premiums are usually higher than the amounts we recover from people taking loans. That's why we are showing them as two separate items. Then I didn't get about the sinking fund, but I clarified that the sinking fund is the 100 bob we pay welfare every month.
Member, is it clear? Or any more clarity?
Member number 285, Esther. This item, I've noticed, staff training. Last year it was 7,500. Now this year it is 30,000. Isn't that a bit steep for the training, or what is involved really?
As I said, Esther, this is only a budget.
What?
This is only a budget. We've not incurred the 30,000. It's not incurred yet. But we usually take our staff for training. Yeah.
Yeah, from 7,000 you used to pay last year. This year you'll pay 30,000.
You know, we used to have one member, now we have even an
that's what
assistant.
you
We have two.
estimate.
We have an assistant.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other reactions? You know, this is where the money matters are. So reactions, lazima ziwe. So we are still waiting on you. If there are any reactions towards that, yes?
Okay, this is a very sensitive question to answer. I ask for forgiveness for the staff before I ask. The salaries and wages are going up too. I'm not sure whether I'm a good accountant, but inaonekana ni kama close to 50% increment from 584 to 880.
Hiyo imejibiwa. We used to have one staff, now we have two.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Asante, member number 315. Any other reactions? Any other?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Akado, member number 0710. Just some clarification from you. This legal expenses. I can see 2022 we spent 300, yeah?
Yep.
But it has been increased to 40,000. So I don't know, maybe you have some, just for clarification, this time round, some legal issues.
We are seeking legal advice because we've had a lot of issues with guarantors. And we are thinking of going collateral way. So before we do that, definitely we'll have, we can't just wake up and ask members to bring their logbooks and titles. We'll have to seek legal advice. That's why we've set up that budget.
Thank you. And I think we all know, members, we've been talking about collateral, year come, year go. And that is the reason there. So any other reactions? I don't want to close anybody out. Do we call it done? Yes, there is a member there.
Mine is just a simple clarity on marketing. Just clarify it just for understanding kidogo tu.
Sorry, please. Say your membership number, please.
Oh, sorry. Again, my name is Stephen Brand Gaderu, membership number 0677. I just need clarity on the marketing budget, just clarity.
Oh, clarity?
Yeah.
Marketing, when we go to different churches, those are the costs that we use to market the Sacco, to make the Sacco known. Yes. So?
We are marketing to the other daughter churches because we just extended the bonds. We are now not getting members simply from St. James Church, but now we are moving out. And when we go there, we have three officers or members of the board who are in those churches doing the marketing for the Sacco. Any other reactions? Yes.
Member 646. there is on the expenses the item on the CSR. Last year it was, no, this is the actual, last year it was 45,000, but 2023 it has been budgeted for 100,000, and then for 2024 it has been budgeted at 120,000. Possibly it could be good for the committee to tell the members what they did with the 45,000, and possibly that explains to us the need to double the figure in the subsequent years. That's one. The other one is about the proposal which I had said earlier. I said that if there is any modifications that needs to be done to that office, the process is to have the proposal or the sketch from an architect. That's an expense. And then ultimately, after we have agreed that that's okay, otherwise, church buildings which has been consecrated by the diocesan bishop, they are never altered without prior written permission from him. So that would be definitely an expense, so that the housing committee, and I can see the chairman here, he looks like the son of man without a home. Possibly that's why he's worried that he's telling people he can build people homes, and for he himself, he has not managed to have a small office. I think that would help. Of course, with a lighter note, we expect a small check for marketing, because I've been marketing this Sacco, and like no other, I think I have no competition there. Every Sunday I do that, so I would be glad to see the check of marketing.
Thank you, Archdeacon. Trish, maybe you can respond. Oh, okay, let's just take all the questions, then Treasurer will react to them. Thank you.
Okay, member number 135. Mine is just a request that even as you seek legal advice to think of collateral, can you also think of adding payslip to that list?
Sorry, adding?
Payslip.
Your name and member number, please. Member number 135. Now, issue of the CSR. The budget for CSR for 2022 was 50,000. So we spent 45,000. The only recipient of our CSR has been ACK St. James Church. Now, we have more churches on board. About how many, Chairman, you say? About 4, 5, 6 on board. So, I thought it prudent to increase our budget for the CSR. But our recipient for the CSR for the many years has only been ACK St. James and associated affiliated groups. The Mothers Union, the Sunday School, yes. We do not go outside for CSR.
There's one there, so that we close.
I'm Bernard Dugu, member number 479. Mine is probably for us to get a figure. How much are we going to share within ourselves as dividend and interest on deposits, the total amount?
That will be taken in the resolutions. The resolutions. It's coming in the resolution, Bernard.
Okay, thank you.
I'm having the last one.
Yes,
because of time, I'm having him as the last person raising a reaction. Yes?
My name is Jack, member number 687. Yeah, I was just curious. I'm looking at the budget that we are approving. It looks at the income and the expenditure, but it doesn't look at, the biggest source for the amount that we can borrow, which is the members' deposits, because you address those in the balance sheet. So at which forum are you going to encourage, members, deposits? What should be our target deposits? I can see you are targeting 600 members. But, what are you encouraging members to be contributing monthly? Because, deposits is an important. If you don't have the deposits, then you don't get the loans.
Sorry, I didn't just try and summarize your question. What is the question? I'm lost in between.
So the question is, at what forum do you address the members' deposits? What are you recommending as a monthly deposits?
That will be in the education day, but we have a minimum of monthly deposit, don't we?
We have a minimum of monthly deposits at 600, which means 500 is your minimum monthly deposit. 100 goes for that social fund, so it is 600 minimum per month, but you can do as much as you can with your monthly deposits. But we have a minimum of 600 shillings per month. Yes?
I think I wasn't looking for the minimum. I'm saying, we are discussing budget, the projected budget. But what are you recommending as a target deposit to achieve that?
Thank you very much. Name Joe Muthiga, member number 374. I think I want to also expound on the same question. What the member is trying to tell us is we already have a budget and it seems the budget is going up, okay? How are we motivating now the members here to also not only do the minimum deposit, but to also increase their deposit? If Joe Muthiga has been saving 1,000 for the last 3 years, what are you doing to encourage Joe Muthiga to now give 1,500 in order to also raise the kind of revenue that we need? Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, for that. I think with even the information that we do your deposits 3 times for you to get a loan. We'll even encourage the member, because if you have only 3,000 shillings and we're doing it times 3, you will only be able to borrow 9,000 shillings. So I think it is, even in our education days, we've always told members, can you increase on what you're saving so that you're able to even borrow the bigger amount of a loan? Because we usually, I think why we are not talking about so much about the deposits is because we are just having issues with people not borrowing. But we are having so millions and millions in our market, saving, putting it there for in the market, in the CIC market. That is why I think there's that, we've never been focusing so much on the deposits. But we encourage members to deposit, because you have to do it 3 times your deposit so that you get that amount of loan. But it is an eye-opener even for the education. I think we are going to steer much on that side. I think our issue always is about the loans. We are having big amount of money lying somewhere, members not being able to borrow, yet our business as a Sacco is savings and? Credit. Our business is what? Savings. As a Sacco. It is savings and borrowing, and you have so much savings lying somewhere, people are not taking up loans. So when I continue just telling you to borrow, to save, then I'm taking this money to the money market. Really, is our life really improving? No. So that is why our key element or our key issue here is usually, can we take up loans? Any other reactions? Yes?
Member has commented on payslips. And I think within this Archdeaconry of Cathedral, St. James has 2 schools. ACK South B has a school. ACK Cathedral has a school. I'm only giving that example as a highlight that possibly the AGM present can consider that those that are employed by those respective institutions, they can actually be allowed to join the members, and possibly through a check-off system, they can actually be able to get the loans. That's one. Number 2 is when you buy an asset. If I go to Equity Bank today to buy a car, what would happen is that the car will be joint owned by myself and the bank. And when I'm able to clear the loan, then that helps. And I think progressively members could be in terms of wealth creation. We have members here who would be willing to possibly buy an Uber car, I'm only giving an example, which has a logbook. And that Uber car can be jointly owned by the person who have taken the facility and the Sacco, and that would help the members to progress in terms of wealth creation. And I think it is at AGM that the management is empowered to be creating more products which are good and helpful to the members. Thinking of how old this Sacco is, possibly we need to have products for juniors. Juniors, I mean, there are people who could be in high school and possibly their retro savings of high school, because that's what we teach them. They could possibly get some special deposits, not necessarily for taking loans, but just to create a habit of just checking that after I've joined Form 1, in 4 years' time as a student, how much I've been able to save. And I can tell you it is possible to do that as a Sacco. So, and people are able to get the interest of the rebates out of those savings. And 4 years later, the young people will come out more better because they realize that it is actually possible to get the 2,000 shillings from the parents' savings. But that would definitely be demanding that you don't tell them to save monthly, but possibly termly. At the opening of the term, he's able to leave the money. So he saves 3 times in a year and possibly 12 times in the 4 years. And the young man steps out, or the young lady steps out of 4 years, having a relationship with this. And that would help.
I think, Jay, you had a reaction to give so that we close on this.
Yeah, I think the member that commented about, from a supervisory angle, the member that commented about, you know, having cascaded reports that actually spur members to greet, that's a very good thought, because in the corporate world it's normally called customer value management, where based on the historical trends, you are able to even support this number with where we want to be, which boils down to the nitty-gritties of how much, say, members should be able to give per month, how much loans we should be able. And that report even attached to this report can really spur. It's really a recommendation for improvement, especially on that area, which I think is good. And we shall, as supervisory committee, we shall look at it, because it's a good recommendation, because it shows, all right, we are here, where do you want to go, all right? But let's now go to the nitty-gritties of, okay, how many memberships, current memberships, how much are they removing per, say, annually? How much should we try as much as possible to tell them, you know, if we want to reach here, you guys, you need to up your deposits to this point. So it's a very good recommendation, and I've heard it and we'll take it up.
Thank you on those sentiments. Thank you. Moving on well. I want us now to close on that. Then we move to. I want to request the cooperative officer to pick first so that we are left with Chebet. You know, members are looking at us, and they're looking at Chebet, talking with the cooperative officer, requesting who is coming first. So Chebet won. Let Chebet take us through that issue of the bylaws in your program, so that we close up with the cooperative officer taking us through the elections.
The ACK St. James leadership invited guests present, the government official and the membership. Good afternoon. My name is Chebet. I'm going to take you through amendments. Yes, I won against Mogire because I'm older. Thank you. That used to happen to me also. We have a few amendments in your bylaws. Nothing much is changing, but the first amendment on registered office and address area of operation used to be Makadara district, but now the office is within Makadara sub-county within the Republic of Kenya, where you can operate within. The other amendment on article number 7 is on the membership, the common bond. It was restricted to the archdeaconry, which had only about 8 churches, but now it is ACK church members around within the Diocese of Nairobi. So the common bond is now open to the entire diocese from archdeaconry. The other amendment is on share capital. The bylaws are quite old as the inception of the society. So minimum share capital was 50 at 20 shillings each. So it in the process through general meeting, it was amended, it changed, which you already are operating with, 250 shares at 20 shillings, translating to 5,000 shillings per member, or as shall be fixed in the general meeting. So share capital has gone up, which is already effected. And then the other amendment is on attending meeting, which initially before COVID-19, we had only physical meetings, but now Article 33(1), you will have physical, virtual, or hybrid meetings. That is also, now that's captured in the new bylaws. Then the last amendment we have is on quorum. Nothing much has changed, but because there has to be a number and a percentage. So it is either 100 members or 25% of the total membership, whichever is less because of getting quorum. So it moved from only 25%. That is it about bylaws amendment, of which once you adopt this, in this general meeting, in this annual general meeting, we are going to have the bylaws registered, after which each member shall need to have a copy of the bylaws, and we can go through the entire bylaws in the education day when we have time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chebet, for being so disciplined. And we need a proposer to it and a seconder. The amendments of the bylaw.
Member 695 proposing.
Thank you. 695 proposing. A seconder? Thank you. And then now, if there are any issues to raise on it, we can go ahead now and do that.
Member 685. Can you elaborate what is a hybrid?
Can you please give him the mic so that we hear?
Member 685. I just needed an explanation what is a hybrid.
Hybrid is where we have physical members attending a meeting and others are online, the way it is happening now.
Any other reaction? Any other reaction? Because when we are done, we're going to go that way with our bylaw.
On the AGM, is there a time frame you've put by what time the hybrid, the people joining from online should have been in the platform and those who are sitting here physically? If there's a, like, sort of...
Whether physical, virtual, or hybrid, all meetings should start within 30 minutes of the notice time.
Thank you.
Any other? Think we are done with that? Thank you, Chebet. I want now to, can we appreciate her? I want to now call upon the cooperatives officer, Bwana Mugire, now to come and take charge of the resolutions, the appointment of the auditors, so that we finish with the issue of elections. Yes, Bwana Mugire, karibu.
God is good all the time. Mbona mmeboeka? Mmechoka njaa? Kuna chai pale nyuma. Naomba tusimame dakika moja tafadhali. Aya, sasa tunaweza keti. Tunaweza keti, tumejinyoosha. Kwa majina naitwa Danvas Mugire from the Ministry of Cooperatives. We are your supervisors. I'm here to take you through the resolutions. But first of all, let me thank the management kwa sababu wamewafanyia kazi mzuri. You can see there is a great improvement from the previous years. Hata mkiangalia ile proposed dividends compared to last year, iko juu. We have a proposed from on page 6 of our audit report. Last year, it was, we made an interest of 1.647. Then this, you divided among yourselves 1.64. This year, there's an improvement from 1.892, they proposed, to 2.733. So simuwapigie makofi tafadhali. I'll not take a lot of time kwa sababu niko na mkutano ingine. I'll go direct to the resolutions. And I'll start by appointment of auditors. Ministry ndio imekuwa ikitufanyia audit. And so far, hatukuchukua any names from the independent auditors. So the only option tuko nayo ni kurudi kwa ministry. Kwa sababu I believe kwa ofisi yetu hatuna any names from the independent auditors. Tuko nayo? Hatuna. So option ni kurudi tu kwa ministry. I believe mnaona there is an improvement at AGM tumefanya early enough. Si ndio? Na kazi iko sawa. According to the auditor's report, amesema kazi iko sawa. So who proposes we continue with the auditors from the ministry?
Member number 0183, I propose.
Thank you. Seconder.
Member number 356, I second.
Thank you. Anyone with a contrary opinion? So sisi wote 2022-2023 tutakuwa audited by Ministry of Cooperatives by Madam Monica. Hatuendi kubadilisha mwingine tena. Next resolution nitaenda kwa agenda ya rent sababu imekuwa shida. Rent tuko na 3 options. We either agree to continue with the good working relationship yenye tumekuwa nayo hapa na kanisa yetu. By that I mean tutalipa ama tutakooperate, or tutafuta ofisi yetu nje kwa sababu hiyo pia ni option. Tukiona hii iko juu sana tunaweza tafuta yenye iko a bit cheap. Na number 3 tunaweza amua leo tuache kuongelelea hiyo, tupe ofisi hiyo kazi, ofisi na sisi tukae kama tunaona iko juu sana, tukae tujaribu kunegotiate. So nataka kusikia kutoka kwenu. Mnaona tufanye gani? Tutafuta ofisi nje ama tutalipa ama tupewe ofisi with our guidance, nafasi tukifanya reconstitution tuongelele maneno ya rent.
Hi everyone. Okay, from what I've gathered, from what the...
Your member number first, please.
Number, okay, 695. Now, from what I've gathered about the issue of rent, and having heard from what the chair said, and also the PCC chair said, I think we should maintain the office we have, because from what I've heard, I think they're asking for 120. Was it? That's 10,000. Sorry?
300,000.
300,000.
Yeah. Per year.
Okay. Now going to look for another office. And I'm assuming that from within these environments of Buruburu, I think we should now find a way of negotiating with the PCC. Now that is the how do you call it? The CMC should be mandated by now being invited through the chair of the PCC to go and find a way forward so that we can maintain the offices within the compound. I think that will be the ideal solution. Instead of going to look for another office elsewhere. Thank you.
Joe Muthiga, member number 347. I think the Sacco now is celebrating 12 years. Yeah, 12 years since it was started, and it has been a partaker of, or what we can say, it's part of us. The Sacco is part of us, and we are the members of ACK St. James, and we are the members of the Sacco, right? And let me say that we have enjoyed as a Sacco for a very long time. We've been given these benefits, and we can even see that even last year, even if we did not pay, they still did not throw us out, right? As you have heard, the treasurer said he never paid anything. We have not been thrown out. And I think if you do your own investigation, if you went outside here to look for offices, we would not get it at the same rate that we are talking about. And maybe just to let us know that when the Sacco itself is strategically positioned, because once we remove it here and go outside there, very few members would get time to actually go and visit the Sacco, especially on a Sunday. So, and for us setting ourselves as a church Sacco and being located on another place, that might be a dismay for us. So, what would I say? It is said that if we were to send again another committee, we sent another committee and we never got any fruits. And as our vicar advises that what the PCC had passed, me being a member of the PCC also, it is good to disclose. I'm on both sides. So I have your interest, and I also have the interest of the church. And remember, you are the people who put me in that PCC, so I'm representing you. I would suggest humbly, if we would all accept, the 25,000 is over and beyond. And remember, we are now getting 2 offices, and as you have heard, the adjustments that we need to do in the offices. So we are not paying for Maji, we are not paying for security, we are not paying for internet as of now. There are so many things that we've been given. So, Nomba, humbly, let us just accept the 25,000 and let us continue. Asanteni. And I know so many people will say too much. I think that we throw it back to the ABLE committee to make sure that we are able to make enough revenue to pay this office. Asanteni sana.
Now that I have the microphone, maybe I let my mchungaji speak first and I can speak. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Joe and Avika, for being in the PCC. Now I'm speaking as a member of the Sacco. We know that 300,000, you know, when you say it's 25,000, it looks little because you're saying per month. But when you put it as 300,000, it looks like a lot of money. So I'm requesting as a member of the Sacco, with the help of our people we've selected to represent us, that you can go and negotiate with them again. We see if we can meet somewhere between, you know, so that it becomes slightly better than 300, as in less kidogo, mutupunguzie.
Okay, now, I was the one giving permissions to who to speak, na mmechukua nafasi naona. So hatuchukui, number one, let's agree, we are not going for an office outside. Sindio? Hapo tuko pamoja. So our concern is the 25,000 ni mingi sana, sindio? So before I give my judgment or my opinion, wacha kwanza mwenye anatu represent kutoka pande hiyo aongee, then niliwaambia the other remaining options ni ngapi? 2. We either decide committee iende iongee na the relevant authorities, or tuchukue hiyo 25,000. So let him talk first.
Member 646. And members, the reason why I'm speaking well seated is that in standard practice, 2 people do not stand in a meeting. That's why when the Sacco officer is actually standing, I talk and respond while seated. 2 people do not stand in a single session. It's actually unprocedural. Having said that, the first figure for this request was actually 30,000. I'm only giving what we call institutional memory. It was 30,000, and the PCC sat down and said, it has helped and assisted the Sacco to be incubated for 11 years without asking for a single cent. This Sacco is discussing an expense of a salary because now they have two. Anne can stand here and say, when she is outside the office of the church has actually stood in between the gap and read the correct information, because we know we are treating our own people when we tell them where Anne is. The other thing about where we are coming from is because when PCC discussed this matter, those of us who are members of this church can remember that we have a school which runs in this compound. And the church was not asking for a single cent from the entire school. Yet members, we rent 3 houses so that we may be able to accommodate the activities of the church. We pay 3 houses. No, I think there are 2. We rent 2 houses so that we may be able to accommodate even members of the management. They have come and we have given them to use those rented premises without asking them to pay anything. While we gather here, like the AGM we are in, members, let you know that this thing has not been charged anything. When you go out and rent a small office at a price of 5,000 shillings, when you would look for a place to do an AGM, you will pay for that premises, and it is from that time going forward. So really asking for 25,000, and I want to say for 2 rooms, is not 25,000 for 1 office. It is 25,000 for 2 offices. Just think of what is proposed of 5,000, that you'd want to pay 2,500 for an office. And some of the members present seated here, their credit for bundles and credit for calling out is more than 1,200, 2,500, and that's what we are proposing. I mean, if we want to do business, let's do business in a competitive manner and with a competitive mind, without really feeling like we are sorry to help the church. And I want to remind members of this church that the monies that they support the ACK St. James Church, the 25,000 shillings per month, will be used for the growth and for the extension of the kingdom of God. I have been a chairman of the Agape Bookshop, those who know Agape Bookshop, and we have been supporting the office of the bishop as we appropriate the accounts, what we call the surpluses. We have been pushing them to the Diocesan office so that the Diocesan office may use that money for the extension and for the growth of the kingdom of God. So it's not just rent. I think it's a great opportunity for the Sacco to release some resources for the growth and for the extension of the kingdom of God within this parish and beyond. So be persuaded that's not a lot of money, because I can tell you the kind of money we are collecting from the school and the spaces they use. Because you'll be in the AGM, it runs to a tune of 2.6 million shillings per annum. And for you, we are asking for just 25,000 shillings for 2 offices, and you are not told to pay any security, you are not told to pay any parking, you are not told when you wash to the washrooms. Those who have gone to Israel, they know that to use a washroom in Egypt is $1, and $1 is 140 shillings. I mean, this is, I don't even think we should be sitting here, members, to discuss about it.
It should be like the free offering and the tithes that you people give without being pushed. Because ultimately, you know, the bottom line, this is God's work. And the kingdom of God will be extended through us by what we do. Just like Colossians was reminding us this morning, whatever we do it unto the Lord and not for men. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. How many people want to speak? I want to know how many people want to speak. One. And the issue of rent. Two. Any other person wants to speak about rent? Three. So I'll give 3 people an opportunity to speak about it. After that, I'll give a conclusion. And then we'll go to the next agenda because of time. So, nitaanza na mama pale.
I'm Esther, number 25. Now, I just want to support the vicar. There is one thing that we have not looked at. If we move out of here, if the Sacco moves out of here, there is deposit to be paid for that house. Then you will not get any house for 25,000, 2 rooms. No way. That is a bed sitter. So discount that. The other thing, you are enjoying the benefits of the church. Yeah. If the Sacco says, come to SK St. James, we have a meeting, people will rush here. But if you tell them to go to some small place outside, they will not, people will wonder. But the main thing that we should consider as a Sacco is security. We may take our Wi-Fi's, which we will pay for at a higher rate, because now you've disconnected, you have to pay for your own Wi-Fi, there's the deposit. You're going to pay Wi-Fi, you're going to pay utilities, all that is payment plus deposit. I know because I've just moved to a new house and the expenses are just too much. You're going to pay for water and deposit. You're going to pay electricity and tokens plus deposit. Why not just stay with the mother church? She's like a hen and we are like the chicks. She will cover us. So I propose that we just stay here, we pay the 25,000. Because even if we go and pay, let's say even between 15 and 30,000, that deposit may even be 2 months deposit for that place. You see? The expense is just too much. And here there's enough security. These days, every other day, things are being stolen. Not only stolen, murder. Suppose Anne is just there all by herself and then somebody walks in and robs her. It will not be good.
Okay, thank you.
I want you
So
people
she's
to
for the
consider
idea.
that.
Who was the second person?
I think this is an issue that has undergone an evolution of debate, and we are here. If I remember my point last year is, we will especially consider paying once the common bond is outside it, and that has happened, and we have started seeing members coming inside. Yeah? There are two things. Because this has undergone a lot, and we have lived there for, is it 11 years or 12? 12 years. It's 2 things. Because we've never occupied the other room, there should be no retrospective action. If at all it's beginning now. Number 2, not every member of the Sacco is a member of the housing corporation, isn't it? So if at all the housing corporation is also going to be using any of those rooms, there has to be an internal agreement about how they're also going to be paying their rent. I rest my case.
Thank you. The last one was here.
Good afternoon, members. I stand before you to ask you to look deeply into the matter. My number is 584. My name is Stephen Masharia. Look deeply into the matter. Think about it this way, that you'll be paying service charge at the rate of 25,000 per month, and in a year it will be 300,000. In 20 years, I'm sorry about it because you are doing investment. Think investment. In 20 years, how much that would be? With all the considerations, it would be how much? See? 6 million. And since you are going concern, and you'll be there, you'll be, by the grace of God, continuing and be bigger, how much or what effect that will be on your incomes and your long-term planning. The other issue is that since this proposal came about, it came about like it was, they must pay this amount. With all due respect, at arm's length means business in the open marketplace. If I make an offer and you make a counter offer, then that takes it back to negotiation table. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. So I'll give my conclusion on the idea. We are not going to talk again about the rent. We leave it to the Central Management Committee, na sisi, na the other interested party. We have a sitting. Kama tutafukuzwa mtaambiwa, tumefukuzwa, sawa? Kwa sababu hiyo pia ni possible. Si mumekataa? Hiyo pia ni possible, tunaweza fukuzwa, lakini before that, we'll try and talk to the one who's supposed to be paid, tuone kama anaweza tupunguzia. Si that is okay? Kwa sababu mmepeana ofa yenu na yeye amepeana yake. Now we have to sit again, si kama, alafu tuone kama atakubali kutupunguzia. Is that okay? That's not okay. You have who again feels it's not okay? Who again feels it is not okay apart from him? Anyone? The two
Yes.
of them will speak.
Having listened carefully to the vicar sentiments and the address from the chairman, I think this issue has been exhausted. So, in all fairness, let us just go by that. Because taking it back to the drawing board, I don't think we are moving. We are running on the spot and just wasting time.
My quick suggestion was, before we end the matter, I believe so many people here have their say. Can we just vote in? Vote in.
Okay.
And we finish on the matter. But before we vote, what I would want to say is, I'm also worried because are we limiting ourselves? Does it mean that us as a Sacco, after 11 years, 12 years, that we are not able to pay a service charge of 25,000?
Okay.
Are we limiting ourselves? The other thing that I'm asking us as members, we have very able people who we are giving back this power. These people are able to generate that revenue. So I'm just asking the confidence that we have. And again, you've been told this money, ni kama sadaka. We are not just paying anybody. We are paying this church. Why are we afraid? Let us pay this money, and I'm telling you, come next year, would have moved on. So let us not be afraid. Sisi ni kama, just to use this, ni mtoto amewekwa na baba yake for so long. Siku moja anaambiwa fanya shopping, anasema hapana, nimezoea nikifungua fridge na kula. Hapana, wacheni tutoe pesa kidogo. Tusiwe tuwa ngumu hivi. To him, the hand that giveth is more blessed than the one that receiveth. Let us not just receive and receive. Asanteni.
Well, before he speaks, I'll tell you one thing. Kwa sababu we are going to share the offices, both the housing and the Sacco. And I believe we'll have an agreement between the Sacco and the housing on how much each one of us is going to pay. Kwa sababu housing pia hata kama ni wachanga, sasa wanaona majukumu imeingia. Lazima they have to come through. So, haitalalia Sacco pekee. Tuko pamoja? If at all we are going to pay it, haitalalia Sacco pekee. So he'll speak, I'll conduct the votes, and then sitapeana ruhusa ingine. He'll speak, I conduct the votes.
Okay, thank you, members. I first want to appreciate one person said, if you think you are right, know you are right. And if you think you are wrong, just know you are wrong. We respect people's stand. But having said that, I wanted to say this. I'm making an observation that St. James carried a baby called Sacco for those years without asking for a single cent. That's my first observation. Having said that, I would propose that the Sacco carry the new baby, because it is something which is progressive. And we are not saying, members, ati mukitupatia hizi 25,000 tutakuwa tukiongeza kila mwaka. Hatujasema hivyo. And that's why it's a very humble beginning for you to start off. We are not saying that we are going to increase this money yearly, cooperative officer and members. I think that should be. But I'm observing that you have been carried, and you remember one biblical story of one person who was forgiven, and when he went out there, he was not able to forgive the debtors. So huyu mama mkubwa ambaye amelewa miaka 11 na hataki kulea kamtoto kajamaliza mwaka, kuna kashida. That, having said that, I want to say that our murmuring, let me say this, our murmuring and our noise is working against us. For where there is unity of purpose, God's commands are blessing. And don't see Shege. Shege is an entity which is representing, and I can exit. Mimi nitatoka hapa, na nitaenda. Una vika mwingine atakuja. Joe atakalia kiti cha housing, lakini pia yeye ataondoka. Lakini ni mzuri kuangalia hii kazi. And I'm looking even at your budget. I don't want to highlight anything. But you can see, even the management has a feeling that expenses are growing up every day. So there is growth of expenses in the budget. Yet, nyinyi na sisi wote hatutaki kuchukua hii 25,000, possibly for the next many years, paying that. Because sisi hatujasema tutaongeza hii pesa yenyu kila mwaka. Na ningeomba, kwa sababu mnataka kuvote, ninaomba nisivote, na ninaomba muniruhusu nitoke. That would help. So that people may conduct this exercise without thinking that I'm seeing. Me, I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing. I have no business seeing. I think there is one who sees us from heaven, and ultimately, that's the person we are answerable to. I rest my case, and I'm not going to talk again. But I wanted to say this about marketing. what we do in our Sacco, when you bring a new member, that 500 shillings of entrance, you are given 50% of it. It is actually a retro incentive for you to talk about Wachungaji Sacco to other people. What is the incentive of just talking about St. James Sacco? Ni kuongea tu. Kunatakiwa hiyo entry fee, hata kama mtu atapewa 20% of that money, entry fee, ile ya kujiunga. It will add something, and some of our young people will actually be able to mobilize. They will put something on the pocket, and in turn they will be happy, and the Lord will bless the work of their hands.
Thank you very much. He requested to leave so that we can conduct a vote. So I'll allow him to leave first, but then he's allowed to come again after the vote. Si ndio? Si anakubaliwa kukuja kujua matokeo? Okay. So how many are saying that we pay the 25,000? Mkumbuke ni Sacco pekee italipa kwanza. Sacco pekee. Housing umesema ni mtoto. Hata ana invest anywhere. Let me tell you the truth. Aya, rudisha mikono chini, you will mama alafu niwaelezee. I'll tell you the truth. Okay, wacha nirudi pale mbele mahali kila mtu ananiona.
I think whoever pays is an internal issue. Tukikubaliana ile nyingine ni yetu.
Okay. Sawa. So, wangapi wanasema 25,000 tulipe rent? Wangapi wanasema tulipe 25,000? Inua mkono, nataka kuhesabu. Aya, wangapi wanasema tusilipe? Wangapi wanasema tusilipe? Ni haki yenu. Msiogope, ni haki yenu. Negotiate imefungwa so far. Wamekataa, it is either tunalipa ama tulipi. It was very clear. So wangapi wanasema tusilipe? Wangapi wanasema tusilipe? Okay. So tumemaliza maneno ya rent. Italipwa ni 25,000. Tumemaliza maneno ya rent. Naomba tuelewane, tukue na mkutano moja. Mtauliza maswali baada kwa sababu ya muda. Ni kuanzia lini? Mwezi wa 3. Tunaanza mwezi wa 3. Seems kuna wale wako na burning issues. Naomba tuiongelelee kwa AOB. Kwa sababu nikiwapea nafasi haitaisha. Naomba tuiongelelee tena kwa AOB. So, tuko na interest on deposits. Naomba niendelee sasa. Nitawapea ruhusa muongee about rent kwa AOB. We have a proposed interest on deposits of 2.7 million, 2.73 million, of which we can either share or we do a donation to charity. Ama namba 3 tuirudishe kwa chama, we grow our deposits. So, kwa sababu mnaongea, so mimi nitaendelea, mkiongea na mimi naongea tu, kwa sababu ya masaa. Otherwise, mngekuwa mmenyamaza, mngekuwa mnasikia. I was saying we have interest on deposits proposed 2.73 million at 5%. There are only 3 options. We either share it, reinvest it in the society, or do a donation, of which nini ndio mtapitisha resolution sahi. Then we also have a provision for dividend on shares, 220,000 at 7%. The committee, through the chairman, was requesting that we capitalize it, we retain it, and grow our shareholding. So, with that, I believe sahi mnasikia, si ndio? Ni vile mlikuwa mnaongea. So, tuko na 2.73 million, hiyo wamepropose you share, but you can also decide kama mtapeana kwa charity. Kwa principles of cooperatives, kuna moja inaitwa concern for community. Mkiona mko sawa nyinyi wenyewe, tunaweza ipeleka Turukana, ikasaidie wale watu wako na shida. So, hii 2.73 tunafanya nini nayo members? 2.7 else tupeleke Turukana. Naomba muinue mkono. Hata kama mmekasirika kuhusu rent, tuendelee kwanza. Hii ni dividends yenu. Tuongelelee dividends, nitawapea kwa AOB nafasi muongelelee rent. Members wote, tufanye nini na dividends? Interest on deposits ya 2.73 million.
Member 194, we pay dividend at 5%.
Okay.
And that is for shares. For the deposits, the chairman had said we capitalize. But for me, I would say those people who have reached the minimum of 5,000, you have a choice whether to capitalize or to be paid.
Okay. So ya kwanza tunakubaliana tunashare. Propose, nani ana second?
I do second. 479.
Okay. Now, hii share capital, dividend on share capital, nitawapea ruhusa. Yule anataka yake apewe. Andike barua. Kwa sababu kuna wale wamefikisha share capital yao minimum. But kwa wale hawajafikisha, naomba tungangane kwanza tufike mahali wengine wamefika. So unless you are sure your share capital iko 5,000 and above, of which hata yule mwenye yake iko 5,000, sio lazima achukue. Mkumbuke karibuni mnaingia Sasra. Sasra iko na sheria kali. Ningepea Chebet ruhusa angewaambia, lakini kwa sababu hatukukuwa na muda sikumpea ruhusa. So that's my proposal, lakini mkitaka turudishe yote, sasa nataka kujua maoni yenu. Wangapi wanasema hii dividend on share capital ya 220,340 shillings irudishwe kwa chama vile tulifanya the other year? Nikuelewa mjaelewa? Mmeelewa niko sure. So wangapi wanasema tugawane? So kwa sababu dividends ya kwanza tumeelewana tunafanya nini? Ya 2.73 million inagawana. Tuko pamoja? So tuko kwa share capital. Share capital yetu tulipandisha mpaka 5,000 minimum. Nani ajui share capital kwanza? Ndio nimueleze. Okay. Inamaanisha mnaelewa. So kuna wale wamefikisha 5,000, nikawapea ruhusa kama wanataka kuitisha dividend on share capital yao wapewe, waandike barua kwa committee through the chairman. Wale hawajafikisha nikaomba kwanza tungangane yao ibaki tufike kwa minimum 5,000. So ni gani hamjaelewa hapo? Kabla nichukue proposal na second. Umenipata? Okay. So are you okay with my proposal ama mnataka kugawana? Through the show of hands. Hata wale wanataka tugawane. Wale wanataka tuandike barua, mwenye amefika apewe, mwenye ashafika minimum apewe yake. Wale wanataka turudishe kwa chama yote. So wangapi wanataka turudishe kwa chama yote? Kwa individual inaenda kwa share yako, ikirudishwa kwa chama inaenda kwa shares zako. Tuko pamoja? Kama vile tulifanya last year, ita grow your share capital. So itagawana kwa amongst you members. So wangapi wanasema irudishwe kwa chama? Aya, wangapi wanasema wanataka wapewe? Wangapi wanasema wanataka wapewe? So majority wamesema irudishwe vile tulifanya last year. So we'll grow our share capital, but yule anataka apewe yake akiwa mmoja anaweza andika barua. Nimemruhusu. But ingine yote inarudishwa kwa chama. Next we have a provision for honoraria. No. Yeah, it's okay. But among them naweza chukua wawili. Honoraria kuna provision ya 156,000 ni token of appreciation for the committee kwa sababu wametufanyia kazi nzuri. So hii ni rahisi, ni either wapewe ama wasipewe. Wangapi wanasema wapewe? Haya, chukua majina mawili hapa na member number kwa sababu majority wamesema wapewe.
Avik Ndugu, member number 639.
369 na nani?
My name is Lucy. My membership number is 642. Wapewe.
642 wapewe. Next agenda. I'll go to elections kwa sababu ya muda. AGM should take a maximum of 2 hours. Lakini mkiangalia vizuri mko na siasa mingi. I believe ni kuhusu shida ilikuwa rent na expenses. Ofisi tujaribu ku reduce expenses. Mliona pande expenses tulikuwa na maswali mengi sana. So tujaribu ku reduce expenses. Wasiseme tunacheza na pesa yao. I'll go to elections part. we co-opted an official by the name Stephen Masharia. So yeye ni kumkubali, kama tutamkubali tutaendelea na yeye. Then tufanye elections ya hao wengine wawili. Stephen Masharia yako wapi? Asimame. So members, ni rahisi. Wale wanakubaliana kwamba Stephen Mashari is okay, aendelee na kazi, mtainua mkono. So wangapi wanasema endelee? Sawa. So nataka proposer na seconder na ni unanimous. Have a seat. Seconder. The name?
655.
655. Your name? Kennedy. Okay.
Yes.
Now we have retiring committee members. Central Management Committee, kuna Florence Nyakinywa. She's our secretary. Then kuna Isabella Ndegwa na Jacqueline Ogutu. Wakuje hapa mbele vile nimewaita, wasimame tu. Itakuwa hapo in the next 5 minutes. Pole nakuja. So hao watatu ndio wana retire, they are eligible for re-election. Nitawapea tu sekundi moja wauze sera. Sekunde moja tu. Wapi Mike?
Thank you, members. My name is Florence Ghetto. I'm retiring from the secretary. Now I'm offering myself for re-election.
Thank you. Ndio Florence.
Hii kuuza sera ni ngumu. Naitwa Jacqueline Ogutu. I've been sitting in education. Mi nitaacha kama members watakubali niendelee, kama watakubali nikae.
Okay.
Hello members, how are you? My name is Isabella Ndegwa. This is my first term. I have served for the last 3 years. Well, if you find it fit for me to continue, this is the time. Thank you.
Asante sana. So wataenda nje tu. Wataenda nje, nichukue proposer na seconder wa kila mmoja. Then tufanye kupiga kura. Kama kuna wengine watajitokeza, but I believe tulifanya vetting. So tulifanya vetting. Okay. Tutachagua tu hapa. Nataka proposer na seconder wa Florence Nyakinywa.
Florence Mwaneki, 628.
Asante. Seconder?
Grace Karuku, 51.
Asante. Tuende kwa next. Kuna Jacqueline Ogutu. Proposer?
Flora Akolo, 393. I propose Jackie.
Thank you. Seconder?
Lucy Gashogo, 642. I second.
Asante sana. Wa mwisho ni Isabella Ndegwa.
$194, I propose.
Seconder? Wamepeana pale nyuma.
558, Njoroge.
Asante sana. 558. Hao watatu ndio wameretire but they are eligible for re-election. Is there anyone offering him or herself mwenye anataka kuchukua nafasi ya mmoja wao? Any proposal? Hakuna. So, does it mean we unanimously agree to continue with them in office? Wangapi wanasema waendelee na kazi? Asante sana. Niende kwa supervisory. So wanaweza ambiwa warudi, lakini wakirudi hawarudi kama secretary, tutarudi kufanya reconstitution. Sasa ofisi mkipata next year chairman si yeye chairman, msishtuke. Tunaweza pia hata Florence akuwe chairman. Yeah, huwa tunafanya reconstitution after 7 days. So after 7 days tutawaambia tena vile ofisi itapangwa. Supervisory tuko na Stephen Masharia, hayuko hapa, but you can be elected in absentia. Stephen ako? Sorry. Anthony Kimemia. Sorry. Anthony amerudi. Ako? Ako hapa? Akuje hapa. Unamjua Anthony? Unamfahamu? Ndio huyo hapa. Wapi Mike aongea dakika moja ili msikie sauti.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Anthony Mindo Kimemia. I've been the supervisory chair for quite some time. Apologies, I didn't make it to come on time, but I've been following the proceedings online. I've followed up to the last minute wakati nimefika kwa gate. I'm retiring from that post as a chairman. Supervisory is quite different from the CMC because members elect 2 officials on the supervisory, the secretary and the chairman. So I've been the chairman, I'm retiring the chairman. I would seek to step down as the chairman and propose Anthony Nje. You've heard him, he said he's an auditor. So if members, you agree with me and you vote, so he's a professional auditor. I've also been there for quite some time. He's just come in, but now amejua kazi. I would propose that you give him the chairman seat. And if you also find it wise to retain me, I can still sit in the supervisory, but not as a chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. So how many are in the supervisory? Nani mwingine ako supervisory sahi? Na nani tena? So there are 2. He's retiring. Naomba utupe nafasi sasa ndio tuone kama utapata proposal na second. Wewe umetuambia vile unataka, umetupea proposal tayari. So umepropose nani? Anthony. Ako wapi? He's still here. So maybe we still need 3. So kama unampropose maybe kwa maneno ya chairman na nini hiyo tutafanya kwa reconstitution, but for now we need to do an election. Kama kuna mwingine maybe anataka kukunyang'anya nafasi from among the members, tumpe nafasi. So utatupea nafasi. Then as he goes out, I'll need his proposal na second. Haraka tu. 479. Second. Anthony Kimemia. Second. 643. 643. Seconds. Anyone mwenye anataka kuingia supervisory ama anataka kuingia kwa hiyo kinyang'anyiro? Anyone wa compete na Anthony? How many are saying we continue with Anthony in the office? Not necessarily as the chairman, but atakuwa kwa ofisi ya supervisory. Sawa? Sawa. Asanteni sana. Nimengojewa mahali wanapiga masimu. So issue ya rent kwa sababu ni issue sensitive na hatuwezi maliza kuiongelelea saa hii. Nitaacha chairman na take through the AOB. And then wapi wale tumerudisha kwa ofisi? Wako wapi? Wakuje hapa. nataka wapigiwe makofi. Msione kama inakuanga rahisi. So nyinyi wote mmerudishwa kwa ofisi, hakuna mwenye ametolewa. Congratulations. It means mnaweza keti. It means members have trust in you. So mjaribu kuimprove pale mnaona mnalegea. Try to improve your services to the members. And then finally, because of time, last year mliongeleshwa kuhusu FOSA. Bado nitaiongelelea kidogo tu. Sacco ni kama bank, na kama mtakubali in the near future, kwa sababu the moment mtaingia sasa lazima mtaingia FOSA. But kabla mfikie huko, ni vizuri muanze kufanya mipangilio yenu hapa ili muingie FOSA. Mfungue FOSA account, ni license mnachukua. Then you start taking member deposits. Mtu akitaka kulipa na I'll explain more siku ya education, but I'm urging you guys, mpe hiyo ofisi ruhusa so that they can go ahead and start the FOSA account kwa society yenu. Otherwise, wale amko kwa housing cooperative, naomba mjiunge ili huyu mtoto na yeye grow. Tusikue tunasema ni mtoto miaka yote. I came with a colleague. I'll give 1 minute awaambie jina, then tumalizie hapo kwa leo. AOB mtaongelelea maneno ya rent kwa mapana na marefu. So Magi, she's an intern in our office, so acha aongee tu jina.
Hi, I'm Margaret Nyambura, intern in the Ministry of Cooperatives.
Ongea na sauti. Sauti. Ama usonge pale wakuone. Well, ongea na sauti.
I'm Margaret Nyambura. I'm an intern, Ministry of Cooperatives, and I'm grateful to be with you today. Yes, and I have learned a lot from your Sacco, and you continue that way. Thank you.
Karibu. So, kuna kitu nimeambiwa niwakumbushe about wale hawajafikisha minimum share capital. Mkikataa kulipa, unajua tutakata kwa deposits, but hatutaki kukata huko. Si mnajua kuna sheria share capital ile imewekwa minimum, lazima kila mtu atafikisha. Mmepewa at least this year, mungangane wale hamjafikisha. Tumesema ile yenye tuligain kutoka kwa share capital tunarudisha, so it means itaongezea share capital yako. But then kama bado utakuwa umefikisha 5,000, please jaribu ufanye nini, ulipe share capital yako. Number 2, kwa dormant members. Dormant members, the moment you don't pay your deposits for 3 months, inamaanisha wewe ni dormant member. Deposits zetu ni kidogo sana, 500 shillings. Hata ukipata 100, I believe ukituma ukiwaambia wakupee mahali unatuma hawawezi kataa. Hata kama ni 100 kila mwezi, kila week I mean. So tujaribu tu tulipe hiyo 500 shillings, ile minimum. Yule mwenye anaona hawezi fikisha 1,000 na nini, kwa sababu at some point itakusaidia. Na naomba wale wenye wako kwa Sacco na maybe wako hapa, ama wale wako na watoto wamefikisha miaka 18, in fact those are no longer children, si hao ni watu wazima, muwaongeleshe wajiunge na sisi. So ile 300,000 yenye tulikuwa tunasema ni mingi sana kwa budget, Maybe committee mnaweza jaribu kuipunguza mahali mtaweza, but I'd advocate for the mliita nini 300,000, I saw it somewhere, family fun day. If possible, tukue tunaifanya so that we can get more members. Thank you very much. Msikasirike sana, mumechungwa miaka 11 tayari. Hamtaki kulipa rent. Asanteni, Mungu awabariki.
Good afternoon. Tumeambiwa tusikasirike sana. Unajua tuliambiwa umekuwa kwa incubator for 11 years. So I think we are done with that. And thank you, Mr. Mugire. Can you appreciate him for the so much work he's done? Yes, so we are doing good, though our time is so much gone. I want to welcome Esther Thuo to do vote of thanks. And thank you so much for being with us throughout the day.
Thank you, Jackie. My work is so easy here. I can see we have food, we are tired, and we are hungry. So I don't want to take much of your time. I just want to I hear there's AOB before I give the vote of thanks. So I don't know who is conducting the AOB. Jackie.
Sorry, Mama Esther. There has to be that bit of AOB. And I know members who are looking at me like, unafunga AOB na tumeambiwa bado tumepewa time ya AOB. So if there is any member having any matters, AOB, it is time for that now. So that I allow Mom Esther, to come and do vote of thanks. Yes, give him.
Yeah, member number 687, my name is Jack. So my AOB is, we came here as members of St. Philip's, and we thank you for inviting us and other churches to join your Sacco. And this is my first AGM, but for me, I'm a bit shocked that you're only targeting to increase your membership from 512 to 615 in 2 years. That's less than 30%. So I see, and you know, we are trying to mobilize at St. Philip's. Actually, we wanted to start our own, and you convinced us to join you, but I don't see any ambition for growth. And whether you're even prepared if, for example, the membership doubles. So just to encourage the new committee to be a bit more ambitious in the membership recruitment, I don't see why you shouldn't get to 1,000 with all these other churches in Nairobi being brought up. So then number 2, I was also shocked, but this is on a light note, that a member of the committee there would say you don't want our savings, but you'd rather we get loans, and I know that's not what was meant. But how do you get loans without the savings? So I think that issue needs to be addressed. And I think the problem is that you know, your budget follows the traditional income and expenditure statements and doesn't look at doesn't look at deposits, which are balance sheet items. And so there's no incentive to grow beyond that. I think being there for 12 years, we should not be looking at growing the income by such a small percentage, especially now that other churches are coming to join. So that's my AOB.
Okay, thank you, Jack.
My number is 685. I don't know whether my question will be relevant. Sorry. My membership number is 685. I'm just wondering whether my question is relevant to this discussion we are having. What is your borrowing power? How much have you been allowed to borrow as a Sacco?
The treasurer, is it 2 million? 20 million. Borrowing power is 20 million. but we have never utilized it, to the best of my knowledge. That's our limit, yes. AOB?
Yeah, I think we are hit by a budget of rent of 300,000. Huh? We don't want this budget to go up. We want to ensure that we cut all these expenses. We already have 60,000 here. So what we are looking for this year is 240. So let's see where in these budget lines we are going to reduce.
Members, AOB.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm member number 695. My concern is regarding time. I think we have managed time poorly, quite poorly today. So in the future, I think we should do better in terms of managing, because we are a large group and we cannot really address each individual's concerns. So for instance, when the treasurer gives a report, we should put slots for, let's say, 5 people to ask questions on that, so that we save on time. Because we cannot address, for instance, right here, if someone were to ask a question to the treasurer, we are so many people. So we should just apportion some slots so that it enables us in saving time. Also, starting the meeting. We started quite late, not in the stipulated time according to this schedule. So we should look into that to make sure that we utilize our time well and we finish on time. Thank you. And also the facilitators should also do whatever they are supposed to do within the stipulated time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member number 708. Ishmael. Nilikuwa nataka kuongelea about the FOSA, but the cooperative officer ameongea kabisa, sababu if we want this Sacco to grow, if we can have that FOSA, any deduction unaenda kufanya, kama ni 100 itasaidia Sacco. I think I recommend that tuingie kwa hiyo FOSA account. Number 2, if we also want to do the marketing for this group, for the Sacco, I think we need to have a certain fee for me to get a member. If I get a member, I'm supposed to get a certain fee. It will make me to grow extra mile. I think that one committee, you can consider that. It will also help us also to get more members outside. The other one is about when we are doing the election in future. I think now because we are not in St. James peke yake, we are now different other churches. We need to have different members to join now the committee. For example, St. Philip's, we present a member, we bring a member to board because mimi nimejua watu yangu. In case of anything, watatuletea report, wanakuwa na watu huko. I think in future, the committee, you need to consider that. Now it's not a St. Philip's, St. James thing, it's now the whole of the diocese. Ama Achitikonari. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member. Of course, we have been guided, so we are going to reduce the number of AOBs. So how many people have AOBs? Maybe just carry up your hands and then we know how many we are expecting. 3 of them. So let me start with Justin here.
Okay, member number 590, Justin. I just wanted to find out the conclusion regarding the rent, because, of course, there are people actually who never voted that they wanted to pay the 25, and they're still shouting about negotiation. So we need to have a clear way forward so that we know if we actually are going for the 25 or actually are going back to the negotiation.
Okay. Thank you, Justin. That's coming. Bernard?
Yeah. I'm Bernard, member number 479. I remember last year I had proposed that you think about giving out loans 4 times your savings. I'm happy to note that you increased the time that one is supposed to pay from 36 months to 48. So I'm just proposing once again, can you improve, can you increase, can you change the amount someone can take their own from 3 times their savings to 4 times their saving to enable us to take more loans? Thank you.
Anyway, AOBs are not discussed, but for that one, I think is being addressed by loaning policy. Even nomination policy is seeking to address how people will be applying to join the board. So,
Member number 315, my name is Denise. Mine is a suggestion on time management in terms of how we are holding our AGM. Maybe it can also apply to the education day. If there's an allowance you give when we come, for people to keep time, it's just a suggestion I'm sharing. If you are giving people 1,000 bob, you say if you are seated at 9, you all get 1,000 bob. Any other person who comes after 9 o'clock, you cut it to a half. Then you'll get people sitting, and you can start the meeting on time and run with time. Just a suggestion.
thank you. Asante sana. So I think we have come to the end of AOBs, and I would like to congratulate the officials who are returned, and the supervisory member who was also returned. Congratulations, lakini unajua members wakimrudisha, tunataka kazi. Karibu Esther for vote of thanks.
Okay, as I had started, we are a bit late, and people have already commented about time, that we are not managing our time very well. So I'm not going to waste a lot of time. I just want to start with a vote of thanks. I want to give thanks first to God. The rent issue, I understand it was concluded. Was it concluded? Yeah, so can I give my vote of thanks? Okay. Okay, I first of all give the vote of thanks to God who has given us this opportunity. There are many people who would have liked to be here, and they are not here. Give thanks to our vicar who has been with us here throughout the day, but he had his own agenda, and we have concluded it. Our auditors, Monica, and our officer, Mogile, and also Chebet, our consultant, and the office of from the ministry. They have been supporting us all the time. Every time we call, they are there to sort out our issues. And I also give thanks to all members who availed themselves here to come, and we could have done other things anyway. But we came here to support our Sacco, and we came here to listen and to participate. We also thank the members from the other churches who also made efforts to come here, and we have taken notes of what you have said about you being included and about our time management. We are actually challenged. Now we feel that we are not all alone. We have challenges around us, so we will try to work harder and do better things. I want to give thanks to our manager, Anne, who has already made this arrangement. If we would have come here and found no seats, found no tables, then we would not have had a meeting, but she has worked hard together with the youth members who helped her to work hard. And our MC, our dear MC, Jacqueline, who has also worked very hard, and she has done a good job. We clap for her, yeah. And everyone else who availed herself or himself to come here, and our caterer. We have not eaten the lunch, but we can bet from the breakfast that it was very nice. So even our lunch will be very nice. So we hope that all of you will enjoy it, and we give thanks to all of you for coming, and God bless you, and have a very blessed week and year. I will call upon my sister Rose, get out to come and pray for closing prayer and praying for the food. I don't know if there's another agenda. They keep on popping up.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Yes, let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this afternoon with a lot of thanksgiving in our heart. Thank you, Lord, for who you are in our hearts and who you are in our lives. Thank you, Lord, because you have been with us
since the beginning of this meeting. We have discussed so many things. We have come to some resolution, oh my God. And in between, maybe we have done something which is not pleasing in your eyes. We thank you because you are going to forgive us for what we have done which is not pleasing in your eyes. And the time has come even for us to go. As we go, we ask you to go with us. And even before we go, there is something to eat which is before us. We ask you to bless it for us, knowing that there are so many people who do not have anything to eat within our country. We ask you to have mercy on them. And even those people who have something to eat and they cannot eat because of one reason or the other, we ask you to have mercy. So be with us until we meet again. We pray this, trusting in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.